I declare the council meeting open at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wajak Noongar Budja, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us all in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Attendances are as per the record, and item 2, apologies and leave of absence. Councillor Miles is an apology this evening. Item 3, public question and statement time. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting local government will be considered at a council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or a city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. We have a question received in writing from Mrs N Sangali, and her question is, in the city's Coastal Management Plan 2021, on page 33, it lists documents referenced to inform the plan. Can I please be informed where I can source a copy of the Quinns Foreshore Master Plan, when it was created and who was consulted and when was this adopted by council? The response by Director of Community in Place states, in 2016, the City commissioned consultants to prepare the Quinns Foreshore Master Plan in order to provide a strategy and master plan for the development of the Quinns Foreshore. However, this master plan has not been adopted by council and has only been used as an informal internal reference document and is therefore not publicly available. It is intended that the master plan will be revisited in the future, subject to budget consideration. It is unclear if the question was asked in the context of Council's consideration of item SCS01 823 at the special council meeting on the 1st of August 2023 or item MN03 08/23 on the current ordinary council meeting agenda. Administration confirms that the status of the master plan was not relevant to the matters for consideration at the special council meeting and is not relevant to matters for consideration at the current ordinary council meeting, as the former caravan park site is out of the scope of areas addressed by the master plan and further due to the master plan not being finalised, notwithstanding also that the master plan was consistent with the former caravan park being located nearby. We have a few questions from the public in the gallery as well today. Mr Ted Parker, would you like to come down to the podium and give us your name and suburb that you live in? Thank you, Mr Parker.
Which one do I turn?
I'm going to do that last. Yeah.
Thank you, Lady Mayor. Firstly, the people involved in these two accidents, or the residents, unable to attend this evening, for which they apologise. There's been 2 accidents on the corner of Everingham and Dalecross Avenue. The first was some 4.5 years ago, where a vehicle turned off Dalecross Avenue and smashed into the side fence of number 25. I have no knowledge of there being any injuries because I was not available at that time. The second accident was on the same corner, and that vehicle mounted the lawn of number 23 and smashed into a brick wall that had been erected on the boundary. Had that brick wall not been there, the vehicle would have finished up in Mr. Murphy's twin daughter's bedroom. I don't know what the actual how the driver fared or what was the final result. The wall has been rebuilt and we've heard nothing further about it. As I said, I wasn't present at either of these accidents, and that's about all I know about it. I've just had an accident myself. Somebody ran in the back of my wife's vehicle and gave us the car's written off. So I hope we don't have any more in Dalecross Avenue. That's about all I can tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Parker, and thank you for coming to address council this evening. Thank you, Mr Parker.
I'm 94 years of age and quite deaf.
Okay, a question I've got from Matilda Varas. If you could come down and give us the suburb you live in and tell us your name, Matilda, please. Matilda, press the button there so that you get the red light on the microphone and that make it easier for you to speak.
My name is Matilda Varas. I live in Garreen, to City of Wanneroo. My name is Matilda. When I go to the Kingsway Dog Park in the Little Dogs area, near the dogs jumping poles, I see cigarette butts, lots of them, and in the sand pits, heaps in the sand pits. Can you put up bigger signs that we can see? But I do not want dogs getting sick. Can you put up a sign like this? Please do not smoke. So can you please do it? Thank you, from Matilda.
Thank you, Matilda. And Ms Terralink, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Or can we increase getting the sand pits and that raked as well to get rid of the cigarette butts as well?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm sure there's something that we can do to assist Matilda.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Matilda. I've also got questions from Ms Newton. Dot Newton, if she could come down and ask her questions, give us her name and suburb she lives in.
Good evening, my name is Dot Newton and I still live in Wanneroo. I seek your indulgence for 2 statements. The first one is not on the agenda, but I'm very keen to say it, and it is, on behalf of the community and myself personally, I would like to acknowledge and thank the many staff involved in organising the service for Margaret last Friday. Many of them would have worked with Margaret. It would have been difficult for them, and I do hope that they found time for personal reflection during the duties that they were carrying out on the day. It was a wonderful service and it was a credit to this council. My statement and question relates to CPO4, the petition about the amount of signage. I had to say in the statement, because the petition was tabled, it didn't have that many signatures on, and we know under the Act it doesn't have to, but I had to remove so many pages due to the offensive remarks that had been written across the pages about, in particular, 2 mayoral candidates and the amount of signs that were out there. It didn't seem fair for the staff to have and sit and read that, so I will never leave a petition unescorted again. So that was very unfortunate. All of the following are on the Council's website under candidate information or signs. It states you may not put signs on roadways, verges, council property, including parks. On the information leaflet on the website, it says on signs in the road revert, an election sign is listed under special event signs. These come under the same approval conditions as directional signs. All signs to be placed on the road reserve must have prior approval from the city and all main roads. For the state-controlled roads, sign types must include the following event signs. What is a road reserve? It's defined as any property, land or lot which is open and available for use by the public for public purposes, whether or not a fee is paid. It includes buildings also on those properties. In the same website, it says, why do we control signs? To ensure the visual quality and character of popular localities and transport corridor are not eroded. To reduce and minimise clutter. My questions are, will council administration consider treating these signs the same as every other temporary sign application? For example, a set number, a bond, having to fix a sticker on to show that it has been approved? Do candidates want to inflict visual pollution and create waste? It was obvious during the last mayoral election signs were removed, damaged, defaced. Council's local law and policy does not allow dozens of signs, so why is this occurring? This is the time to talk about it and ask these questions with the election just coming up. And I have still on my iPad the 2 responses, one from council and one from the returning officer, assuring me that she had told every single candidate when they registered for the election that they were to obey the council's local law and not put this. You may wish to know this if you're planning to stand for election. None of these controls cover bumper stickers, so good luck. I'd like the answer to the first question, why administration not treating them like every other temporary sign.
Thank you, Ms Newton. Ms Terrelink, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In terms of Mrs Newton's question, it is acknowledged in the report that ultimately we need to do a review of the signs, local law, and the public places and local government property local law, which both of which are due for review. So the reviews on those I expect will commence in the near future. In the meantime, the city has reflected on its current local laws and also advice received in regard to election signs on road reserves, particularly where removal of the signs or issue of infringements relates to the amenity. So what we have done and what we will be conveying to candidates in the lead up to the forthcoming election is that the intention is, at least initially, if the signs are deemed to be unsafe or where the signs remain on public or private property 7 days after the election has concluded, those signs will be removed and infringements will be considered. We do acknowledge that things like Mrs Newton has suggested in terms of limiting the number of signs, where they can be placed, those types of things, we can certainly consider those as part of the review of the local laws when we undertake that review.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink.
May I ask a further question, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Ms Newton.
The question is, why does it say on the website under candidates that you can't do it? It doesn't say you mustn't put them in a dangerous place. I know if you did, they would be taken away. I know I have threatened candidates with a man with a van. I'm still establishing whether a sign put on a public verge still belongs to the person or persons that put them there. Because last year, it became absolutely intolerable, the amount of signs that were put out, and businesses had them outside their businesses and they hadn't been asked, and I'm referring to the car yards in Wangara. So I don't see, it doesn't say that in the sign thing in the election material, and you have a policy and a local law, and neither of them say that. And as someone that's just authorised through the Agricultural Society to put our signs out, we jump through all these hoops. We fill out a form, we pay a bond, we have stickers, and that's both councils. So they are temporary signs, and we take them in, and if we don't, we lose our bond. But this doesn't seem to apply to elected members or candidates, and it seems wrong and unfair. And I can't believe that you're not reviewing that law until next year, until after the elections. So it needs to be addressed now, I believe. And I hope that this comes up amongst you before the elections. For one thing, it will save you an awful lot of money. Thank you.
I'll take that as a statement, Ms Newton. Okay, Mr Rosser, would you like to come to the podium and give us your name and suburb?
There's no need.
No need? Okay. And Preston O'Keefe? Okay, thank you. And we also have a statement, Uluru Statement of the Heart, coming from Mr Derek Nannup. Would you like to take the podium and give us your statement? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Derek Nannup. I'm the chair of the Ni Kadajin Court reference group, Islander Torres Strait Islander reference group. I'm here today to represent mine and the individual views of the other members of the Ni Kadajin Court relating to the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament. We, in principle, support the Uluru Statement from the Heart as developed by our elders and its recommendations for an Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament. We await the release of further details as we progress towards the 2023 referendum. Members of Ni Kadajin Court are available to council members for further discussion. We invite and encourage all council members to meet with us for an open, honest conversation to discuss any thoughts or reservations regarding the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament in a safe, non-judgmental environment. We're just here to say, we're here if you want to talk.
Thank you so much, Derek. I really appreciate that. Thank you for coming along this evening and sharing your thoughts and feelings on the Uluru Statement of the Heart and the Indigenous voice to Parliament. The dedication and time taken to prepare your statement on behalf of Ni Kadajin Court is much appreciated. You and your fellow reference group members are highly respected and trusted members of our community, and we thank you for sharing your insights with us on this important matter. And we also thank you for being open to share your insights as well, furthermore. The contributions of the Ni Kadajin Court to the city's reconciliation journey is valued by all of us on council, and I thank you once again for all the work you've done. Thank you so much for coming this evening. Okay, are there any questions from the gallery? If there are no questions, Councillor Sangalli, would you... Oh, Councillor Sangalli. Ms Sangalli, would you like to come to the podium and give us your name and suburb, please?
Natalie Sangalli, Quinns Rocks. Just in regards to the questions that Mrs Newton just asked and about the credentials of the sign and everything, I noted that last month we had a discussion about signs being removed for misinformation. I'm just wondering if electoral signs will be removed for misinformation.
Ms Terling?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have referenced in the proposed approach to implementing the Signs Local Law that there is a provision that includes if the material it contains offensive material or offensive graffiti or anything like that, we would certainly remove them. Generally speaking, I think it's fair to say the election signs would normally just promote the candidate's name and probably a photo, but certainly if there was any offensive information included in there, then we would certainly consider removing the signs as that falls within the criteria that we've identified in item CPO 40823.
And for you, Mayor, I would imagine there are also some other legislative requirements that are administered by the West Australian Election Commission through the returning officer in terms of election signage, material and content and authorisation.
Thank you. We move on now to item 4, confirmation of minutes. I will do both sets of minutes together. Can I have a mover and seconder for mover Deputy Mayor Treby, seconder Councillor Savitten. So these, the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 18th of July and also the minutes of special council meeting held on the 1st of August 2023. Councillors, could you cast your votes, please? And so we have 11 supporting it, 1 against. Councillor Berry has voted against the minutes. Okay, everyone else has supported them. I declare that passed. Item 5, announcements by Mayor without discussion. Following their recent passing, before we begin tonight, I'd like to take a moment to pay respects to Councillor Chris Baker, Freeman of the City, Margaret Cockman, OAM, both of whom were very special to us all here tonight and to the wider community. Firstly, our fellow councillor Chris Baker. He was elected to Wanneroo Council in 2019 to represent the North Ward. Chris quickly became known as a passionate community representative. He worked hard alongside his fellow councillors and the city to help create the city we all know and love today. A dedicated public servant, Chris represented his community as Dundebar MLA from 1996 to 2001 and a Dundebar councillor from 2001 to 2004 before joining the City of Wanneroo Council. His dedication to his community will have long-lasting impacts. On behalf of Wanneroo Council and the City, we share our condolences with Chris's family and friends at this very sad time. Councillors, at this time I will give you an opportunity to express a condolence if you wish to. Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. There's not a lot, there's so much words that comes up into my mind when I think about Chris, and if I look at his chair where he sat there, the first thing I think of is he was a very hard-working man. He never missed a thing. He went through the agendas from the start to the end and always tried to find more information about it. I learned so much about him. If I think about Chris outside of this building, he never missed a thing. He always, if there's a graffiti sign somewhere, he will definitely report it immediately. He will not miss a street sign that needs maintenance or a street light that's out. He will immediately report it. If a resident called for any help or so, immediately he'll jump into gear and help as soon as he can. He called me this one morning and saying, Sonette, if we've got a problem in Yanship and the verge there, the grass is very long and the resident is very upset. Can you load your lawnmower and your whippersnapper? I'll do the same and we go fix it. We did, in the rain. Afterwards, it did look good when we were finished, and we did test twice, actually in Two Rocks as well, and then we were kindly asked not to do it anymore. Anyway, if I think about Chris himself, he's my friend, and I'm going to miss him a lot. Our families became really good friends as well. We shared a lot of stories around the fire, and he's a great granddad, he's a great dad, and he's a great husband as well, and he was my friend, and I will miss him dearly. And I think for everything that he has accomplished in life, I take my hat off to him. I will definitely miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Would anyone else like to take the opportunity? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Chris certainly had a unique style in the chamber, both inside and out. And I know for the very short time that I got to know Chris from October 2021 and even slightly prior to that, he was certainly a mentor to me in teaching me a lot of legal knowledge that I didn't have prior to coming onto council, as well as his dear friendship outside the chambers. And I know for Sarah and the grandkids, we'll certainly miss Chris, but I know a lot of us will certainly miss a lot of aspects of Chris, whether it's his crazy cat stories or his half-written Latin emails that nobody can understand. But one thing that I always admired about Chris was his passion towards the community and how he advocated for what he believed in, regardless of whether when it went against his own personal beliefs. And I think from day dot, Chris was always dedicated to serving the community, whether that be through the Nippers program up in the Surf Lifesaving in Yanchep, or whether it be through any other community groups that he was part of, or even helping out locals with signing of documents. And I know many residents have posted throughout the tributes on Facebook that he helped residents for free without charging them, and there was lots of stories through how he touched other people's lives that some of us don't even know about. And I think that was Chris. And I think he will be very missed in the chambers, and I think he was a superb, and I say not lightly, but superb councillor. He was a superb father, he was a superb husband, and he was certainly a superb grandfather. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone else want to make... yes, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to pay my respects to Chris, an outstanding councillor who advocated for his community with great passion and great determination. I always loved that sentence he often started things with, "I'll be brief." We all knew it wouldn't be. Chris was very committed to his role. Last month, as many residents know, he cut short his holiday with his wife Sarah to return to council for the special council meeting to support the many residents across the city of Wanneroo that, like him, would have been pleased to see Lot 211 in Quinns used for community open space for the enjoyment of everyone and safeguard for future generations. Chris may not always have been the easiest person to get along with. He challenged us all in many ways, but he was always fighting for what he believed in and what he thought was right. He always supported the residents and community groups and provided much advice and guidance. He was simply someone you could not fail to notice, as he was not quiet. He made his points often with long speeches, and we all know he liked a good debate. My thoughts are with Sarah and the family, as I know only too well the void they'll be feeling right now. To many people, Chris would have been just a public figure, but to the family, he was a husband, father, grandfather, brother, and to many more a great friend, which he'll leave a hole that can't be filled. It was one life lived, but many lives touched. Rest in peace, Chris Baker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Anyone else want to make... yes, Councillor Newen.
I've been fortunate enough to have known and worked alongside Chris on council for nearly 4 years since we were both elected in 2019. Chris and I shared many things in common. That's probably why, because we get so long together. We're both lawyers, we have our own law practice. We were both elected at the same time and received the same treatment for many of our shared values. We enjoyed a good debate. Chris loves asking the hard and uncomfortable questions, similar to what he does in cross-examination of a witness in court. He was a highly regarded lawyer. He fought hard for fairness, justice, and what is right. His son, John Baker, recently shared in 2018 Chris had a serious cardiac arrest prior to appearing for a client in the Supreme Court. He managed to get to the court, finalise the matter successfully, and drove himself to emergency. Some may describe Chris as a bull terrier. Once he bites, he doesn't let go, keeps on going, and doesn't give up. He always acted in the best interest of his client and continued to do so in this chamber as a councillor, always acted in the best interest of his residents. He fought for our community every day, every hour for the last 4 years he's been on council until he passed away on the 4th of August 2023. The night he passed away, he had sent out not 1, 2 or 3 emails, but 9 emails, which was quite normal for Chris. He had logged hundreds of inquiries on residents' behalf. Some of them, or many of them, have not been dealt with even after he passed away. It's fair to say that Chris was relentless. He gave the best part of his life fighting for what he believed in, for the community which he loved. Of the 9 emails he sent prior to his death related to the Queen's Rock development, a matter very close to his heart, so important to him that he had to cut his holiday short to come back earlier to council and advocate on behalf of the community and make his vote count. Chris had a heart of gold. He was a true and loyal friend to the end, always dependable. His unwavering commitment to the community is second to none. He was especially devoted to fighting against the Queen's Rock development and pushing for a public open space for the community to enjoy. It's why many residents saw it so fitting to suggest the area should be named the Chris Baker Reserve in his honour. Indeed, he was a man of honour, full of integrity, generous, with an unblemished record. I'm proud to have met and worked alongside Chris, even for a very short period. The community has lost a true champion, a strong voice with so much heart and soul. Council will not be the same without you, my brother. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Is there anyone else who would like to do a message of condolence? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too knew Chris for 4 years, and I wrote a poem after he died, and I'd like to read that out. We Wanneroo City Councillors will miss him, it's true, a loss profound as we bid him adieu. In council chambers, an empty space where his wisdom and wit once filled the place. I'll be brief, he'd say, with a knowing smile, his words of counsel going the extra mile. A retired lawyer, a guided hand, his absence felt across the land. In conversations, they'll hear his voice, a presence, one to rejoice. His passion for cats, they'll not forget, his dedication with no regret. Upon the outback's wild frontier, they'll sense his spirit ever near. Through challenges faced with hearts aligned, his memory forever will be intertwined. Though Queen's Rocks may not become a park, his vision remains an everlasting spark. His legacy lives on in heart sincere. Colleagues, friends, forever hold him dear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Was there anyone else that would like to make a message of condolence for Councillor Baker? Okay, moving on. We also recently farewelled a remarkable individual, Margaret Cockman, OAM. A freeman of the cities of Wanneroo and Joondalup, Margaret left an indelible mark on our communities and local life. A descendant of one of the city's founding families and a lifelong Wanneroo resident, Margaret's heart of service saw her dedicate more than 5 decades to working in local government. She was the driving force behind many associations and community organisations in the city, including several groups that continue to operate today. Her grit was the cornerstone on which the strong community spirit in the city of Wanneroo was built. Even before the city's official inception in 1999, Margaret was shaping our community as an important figure in local government and then as an active member of the community. She touched so many lives in profound and meaningful ways, and her enduring influence will continue to impact our community for years to come. The city is eternally grateful for her service. And I now open the floor for the opportunity for condolences from the councillors. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. As the Wanneroo Historical Society delegate, I had the pleasure of knowing Margaret, and I was very lucky to be able to sit in on a lot of meetings and hear the stories that she told the Historical Society. Particularly the one that stands out for me was when she was the vehicle registration officer back in the road board, and she dealt with foxes' heads and checking lights, and I think that for me was just the way she told it was just incredible. And I think Margaret was the absolute pinnacle in the foundations of our Wanneroo lifestyle and values that we still all share and hold today. And I think the city has definitely lost a treasure in terms of her dedication to service, both inside the city of Wanneroo, or Shire of Wanneroo back then, but also her wider experience and volunteering in the St John's and a lot of other organisations that she was part of. I think Margaret, something that stood out to me was her cheeky sense of humour, and I know I got whacked over a few times on the head. Make sure you keep in line, Jordan. But she was certainly someone that I'll certainly miss, and I'll miss her stories and expertise that she had of the local area, and she will sorely be missed. Rest in peace, Margaret.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone else like to do a Councillor Civic? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My association began with Margaret Cockman in 1970 when I actually became an employee of the Shire of Wanneroo for 10 years and worked within the office, and certainly experienced a lot of the things that Councillor Wright has said. And it was indeed a joy working with Margaret. She was a dedicated person. She was on every committee that existed in those early days, because Wanneroo at that time only had a population of 4,000, and that was across the whole council, including Joondalup. So the 10 years working with her were very, very good. She's a credit to this society, and may she rest in peace, and certainly a contributor that will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. I'll give Councillor Huntley next, and then you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too knew Margaret. I've taken over Margaret's role in the Historical Society. I'm now the president. And in 1989, her tale of passion began when she and Bill Marwick took a stand and became the Wanneroo and District's Historical Society. 100 people, 100 residents embraced that night, and they became the foundation members. Through years of service, Margaret's devotion has soared, and her love for history became a flame for Wanneroo. She was the founder of really what is now the museum, and most of her life is actually embedded in that museum. She became a mentor, a friend, and a guiding light, and she showed me so much wisdom, and I had no idea about history, certainly not about Wanneroo's history, but she saw a light and she sparked off something bright inside me. And so now she's left me a list of what I'm to do over the next 3 years, and I would really like to say a farewell to Margaret. It is going to be a very, very sad time for us all at the Historical Society, especially as we celebrate the first year of actually the presidency since she stepped down. But she literally has made sure that all of us hold that light that she held, and we will honour her for what she stood for and for what she left in the Historical Society. And it is really sad to say goodbye to both Margaret and to Chris in such a very short time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Deputy Mayor Treby.
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. It was 24 years ago that I first met Margaret, but I certainly knew of her name and her reputation before I started on council. You could not help but hear of this person, and it was my very first foray into meeting Margaret was at the Wanneroo show, where she was still doing her St John's work. And to my surprise, she actually sought me out. Simply because she knew my father when he was a bit of a person of some note within the Wanneroo Football Club. And they spent a little bit of time sharing some stories and the odd glass of wine together. and some of those stories were quite funny. But I can just reflect on one of two things, as I'm very, very glad that young girl's now left, because for historical accuracy and Margaret authenticity, every time I think over the past 4 or 5 years, I'd go up and give Margaret a hug and see how she's going. And she was at every event when I was at Rotary or my wife Jo was at Inner Wheel or any of the other events. And we would always be there talking to Margaret and, you know, just passing the time of day with some fascinating stories. But every time I'd give her a hug and I'd say to her, "How are you going?" And her instant retort was always, "Oh, up the shit." But that was Margaret. That was her dry sense of humour, and which was her way of saying, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay." But I will say this, and I think I'm very safe in saying this. It's a term that's used occasionally, and sometimes inappropriately. But in this case, it absolutely applies to Margaret. She is a person, a lady who touched every aspect of Wanneroo, and she was, and to my mind still is, a legend in her own lifetime. She had that much of an impact.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Is there anyone else who would like to do a public message of condolence? Okay. We move on to item 6, questions from council members. Are there any questions from the council members? There are no questions for council members. We move to petitions. Item 7. There is one petition to receive tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a petition consisting of 55 signatories identifying as residing within the City of Wanneroo district. Following the opening of the overpass at Ocean Reef Road, the residents of the local properties of Timberlands Estate exiting form Scenic Drive and Jacaranda Road find crossing over intersections almost impossible, especially during peak hour traffic and very unsafe. Some residents have resorted to traversing through Regent Waters Estate to do a left-hand turn into Ocean Reef Road to exit our suburb. Recently, the speed limit at Jacaranda changed from 70 to 60 kilometres per hour. This has made a slight difference to the speed of traffic for residents north of Jacaranda Drive, including the childcare centre. At the end of Jacaranda Drive, Wanneroo Park home and caravan village are situated. The request is that we request the council and Main Roads to conduct a traffic survey with the below options to be considered. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Could I have a mover and seconder to accept the petitions? Moved, Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Rowe. Could we please now cast our vote to accept the petitions? And that was carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Any updates on the petitions are provided in the agenda for anyone to see. Item 8, reports 2. Any declarations of interest by council members, including the nature and extent of which the interest are to be made at the commencement of the item to which the interest relates. Declaration of interest forms are to be completed and handed to the Chief Executive Officer. We go to Strategic Land Use Planning and Environment, PSO 10823. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Mover, Councillor Civic. Seconder, Councillor Wright. Councillor Civic, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Briefly, I'm really happy that Mr Dixon and his team have brought this this item to council now. We're nearing the end of the actual cell structures as they are from cells 1 to 9. I am very happy with the date lines that have been put in. However, there have been certain cells which are entering into their very last stages, and there are several in cell 1, 3%, cell 4 is 5%, cell 5 is 5%, and
the remainder have still a little way to go. So whilst encouraging and moving this item based on the recommendation, I would certainly encourage administration to try and tidy these cells up as soon as possible. And the reason that I say that is that many residents have approached me that have properties in these particular cells that have been around for a long time and would like to see them come to an end, because we are stakeholders for developer contribution funds. But on the overall, I think the report is very sound, and the planning section is working quite strenuously towards getting the finalisations of these particular cells in order. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. The only other comments to add to this is hoping, obviously reiterating what Councillor Civic has said, this does take a lot of funds in the ongoing maintenance of these cells 1 to 9, and I do hope that Mark Dixon and the planning team certainly do hope that these dates are the latest possible, and that these can be completed much earlier, and hopefully there's some good progress that can be made over the next couple of years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Are there any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I move on to PSO 20823, City of Wanneroo Submission Operational Policy 2.3, Draft Planning for Public Open Space. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Rowe, seconder Councillor Civic. And Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Civic, would you like to speak to this?
Only to add, I'm very happy with the report, only to add that where we are getting R codes and higher density properties and multi-level developments, etc., where you know, the plot ratios are a lot smaller. Yes, we should be increasing the public open space to a greater level so that the community can use it to effect. But other than that, the report is sound.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Nguyen.
The current draft policy intends to extend contributions for subdivision of lots that are less than five lots, which is currently exempt from contributions, particularly those in infill land development. The area that is affected most would likely to be in the suburbs of Kundula, Girraween, where there are large vacant lots. A lot of those lots are owned by mums and dad and not large developers. So what the effect of this policy therefore extends to young mum and dad investors, which we are in the middle of a housing crisis at the moment. Now, adding an increased cost to a subdivision, adding an extra layer of paperwork towards what is fundamentally a housing problem at the moment may not resolve the crisis that we're in. We know a lot of people are struggling to find a house to rent, to buy, and we don't know what the amount of contribution is. It may not be significant, or it may be quite significant. That could affect the supply chain. So in the face of it, without more details about the amount that is required to be contributed by mum and dad investors that are wanting to subdivide from a large lot, for example, 700-800 square metres into a 3-unit site, they're now required to make a public open space contribution. I get the user pay principle where this contribution will be paid towards, I guess, existing amenities, to help maintain the areas. But maybe the timing of it is probably not appropriate where we are now. And that's the reason why I'm not supporting it, even though this may be a draft policy. But going forward, if we indicate our agreement to allow for what could essentially be a double dipping, where public open space contribution has been paid as part of the initial development, and then later on now to those people who bought a large lot and wanting to subdivide, having to pay this extra percentage of contribution. It's not something that I would support in this current time, especially during the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. I've just got a clarification that I'd like to ask Mr Dixon. I understand that this policy is not a council policy, it's a state government policy, and we've been asked to comment on a state government policy which the state government will vote on, and it's outside of our realm of control of actually writing this policy. We're just asked for comment. Is that correct, Mr Dixon?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Just for information. Any other speakers for this item? I'll give Councillor Rowe now the right of reply before we go to vote.
Only to say I disagree with the previous assertion. As someone who lives in Girraween, I'm yet to see a surplus of vacant land in the area. I see a significant amount of established properties, and if subdivision occurs, it occurs incredibly quickly. I disagree with the assertion as a long-term resident of the area.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillors, please cast your vote on this item. So I have 11 for this item and 1 against, and it was Councillor Nguyen that voted against. We move on to item PSO 30823, preparation of Amendment 209 to District Planning Scheme 2, part normalisation of the East Wanneroo Cell 1 Tapping and Ashby Structure Plan Number 3 area and revocation of Ashby Neighbourhood Centre Agreed Local Structure Plan Number 77. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Herridge and Councillor Civic seconding it. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Civic, would you like to speak to this item?
Mayor, I think everything's been covered. I think it's once again a good report, and I concur with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? If I have no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. I move on to item PS 04823, consideration of development application for a change of use to a holiday house at 105 Bethwyn Circuit, Madeley, DA 2023251. And with regard to this item, I disclose that because I have Airbnb in my home, there might be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected, and I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Herridge. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Treby. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this, please?
Thanks, Mayor. I will be short and sweet. A quick one to say thanks to administration for being extremely thorough in the report. It's clearly outlined within the rules, regulation and position statement in which 105 Bethwyn Circuit sits as a home and not an Airbnb. I recognise the need for tourism accommodation within our city. However, in reading the report, one can clearly see it is not suitable for this site. Tourism accommodation needs to be within a suitable precinct where adequate facilities are provided. This site is constrained and does not allow for the amenity of the immediate locals to not be interfered with. To the locals who reached out to our admin and subsequently myself, you have done so admirably with due process, and you should be commended on how you've conducted yourselves, being this is actually your neighbour. I acknowledge you have followed process by the way of your say during community engagement, and it is now our turn to follow said process, and I encourage my fellow elected members to support in the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge. Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to speak to this item?
Just to say, I think Councillor Herridge was reading my notes, so I think she's probably said most of what I was going to say, but I will just touch on all of the objections to the proposed development, and it is, can I say, always refreshing to see respectful objection being exercised.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Are there any speakers against this item? Do you have a question, Councillor Wright?
Yes, thank you, Mayor
Okay.
Aiken. I know councillors received the response through our updates on any changes to the report. I was just wondering if administration did clarify that with the applicant, obviously with the amount of changing to the parking scheme, and what was the owner's or applicant's response to that?
Mr Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. I think on page 6 of the notes that were circulated to council, I think we did, there's some notes there. There was no discussion with the applicant regarding reducing the maximum occupancy during the assessment process. However, following council briefing, the applicant has now advised that they would be willing to limit the maximum occupancy to 4 people. A modification to reduce the maximum occupancy to 4 would reduce the car parking requirement to 2 bays, thus enabling the proposal to comply with that requirement. However, the proposed use would still not meet the objectives of the scheme in relation to the impact of the use on the amenity of the adjoining residential dwellings, and the site is not in proximity to areas of tourism. I think that summarises administration's response.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Do you have another question, Councillor Wright?
Just one more question. If a council decision tonight, does that then add a barrier for any for that applicant to then do another application to the city with the changed parking limits, or is there like a waiting period or a cool down period? No.
Mr Dixon?
Through you, Mayor, no, the applicant would be free to make an application, an amended application to the city at any point in time.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Okay, are there any speakers against this item? Councillor Nguyen.
Question. What's considered sufficient of close proximity to a tourist attraction that would allow for an approval of an Airbnb application in terms of kilometres?
Mr Dixon.
There isn't a definitive answer to that question. I think each proposal would be considered on its merits. There is a map that we've provided on page 6 of the notes for councillors, which indicates the proximity of this subject site to tourism facilities in and around the area. But as you'll see from that map, most of the tourism areas within the city and within adjacent councils are significant distance away from this proposal.
Thank you, Mr Dixon.
Another question.
Councillor Nguyen, do you have another question?
It's important for the general public just to understand the proximity in terms of the distance. So in future, if they have some guidance, then they will know whether the application is likely to be approved or not.
Mr Dixon?
Yeah, and through you, and I think that's a fair comment from Councillor Nguyen. As is indicated in the report, administration did some time ago start to prepare a policy on this particular issue, but that policy was held in abeyance, requiring detail from the state government in terms of its approach to these types of applications. The timing is now, I think, for council to consider its policy approach through a local planning policy to guide future developments of this nature, so we can give some certainty to our local community where council would support such applications.
Mr Dixon, I have a question as well to take into account with this. We're talking about a tourist house here, but Airbnb is not just for tourism, it's for people close to work or close to town centres or wanting to access universities while they can find more permanent accommodation. Would you agree that that is correct, so that Airbnb is not just a tourist availability of accommodation, but is an availability of accommodation for a broad spectrum of areas to be considered?
Through you, Mayor, yes, I would, noting that this particular application was for a holiday house. But yes, I acknowledge that there is also a need for different types of accommodation to meet the needs of our local community, and that's something we would reflect in an updated or a new local planning policy.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Are there any speakers against this item? Councillor Huntley.
Not really an objection, but due to the fact we don't have a policy, could I ask for a deferment of this decision until we do have a policy, rather than actually say no to this at this time?
Councillor Huntley, is that a procedural motion or a question?
Yeah, that's a procedural motion, Madam Mayor.
Do you have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Nguyen is a seconder for the procedural motion. So therefore we will go to the ballot for the procedural motion to defer this item until the policy is done. Councillors, please cast your vote. Okay, that procedural motion is lost. 8 against, 4 for. The Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry and Councillor Coetzee was supportive of the procedural motion. Myself, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Parker, Councillor Treby, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Savitten and Councillor Smith were against the procedural motion. So therefore we will go to the substantive. If there are no speakers against the substantive, no further speakers against the substantive, then councillors, we cast our vote. Thank you. This motion is carried. The substantive is carried. There are 2 against, which is Councillor Huntley and Councillor Berry. The rest of the councillors supported this recommendation. We go now to item PSO 50823, consideration of local development plan number 24, Eglinton Village Neighbourhood Centre following advertising. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Okay, moved Councillor Hetheridge, seconded Councillor Parker. Councillor Hetheridge, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think the report speaks for itself. Thank you.
Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given the extensive advice from administration, I cannot find any compelling reason not to support the recommendation tonight. Thank you to all involved for your work in ensuring a full understanding of the issues. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, do I have a speaker against this item? If I don't have a speaker, Councillor Nguyen.
Look, I am on the line in relation to this issue. It's been on my mind since last week, and I've had the response explained from Mark Dixon, Director, I understand what has been explained, that it would not affect to a significant degree the development of the district centre, save for the delay. However, I don't accept the explanation in relation to my question in regard to the fact that why were they satisfied with the block in 2021 when they bought it, and which the answer I think was, well, that was not the response. Any large developer who purchase or invest in the block would have done its due diligence to pour a significant amount of money to purchase land, would understand the current framework, the limitations, and also what it can do within that that limited space. And now they come back and ask for a change, which is a significant increase to the original space, which is, I think, 58% increase for that lot, even though as a whole it may only be, I think, just over 5%, which I accept doesn't change. I am for competition. I think competition is healthy. I think having diversity of variety of shopping centres is good for our our community, our residents, and having extra shops. I think that's good. What I'm concerned about is the potential delay, which has been accepted in the report, that this delay, because of this change, there could be also a delay in the development and also potential investment because of that. And so I think it's unfair for those developers who have invested based on our decision that we made some time ago, and they've made plans for that in the district centre, and now there's change that have affected their plan because they invested in the district centre for that. And because of that, I will be voting no on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Do I have a speaker for? Speaker against? I'm going to speak to this. In 2021, there was an agreement given with the district structure plan, and we gave our word. I see it as we gave our word as a city when we did the structure plan, that structure plan would be how we would do it. If there were consensus between the two proponents for the shopping centres, I would have some sort of sympathy to change it because there is a consensus and agreement between them. It's only 2 years ago that the structure plan was done and we gave our word, and now there is a change coming about because of it, and I struggle with that because we gave our word. It's only 2 years and there isn't a consensus between the two proponents. So therefore, because it was only 2 years ago, and our city gave our word for the district structure plan, and there has not been a consensus between the proponents to agree with this, I can't support this. Thank you. Are there any speakers for this item? Deputy Mayor Treby.
I have a question just on that point, if I could ask through the chair, just a question possibly through to Director Dixon. Whether or not there's been any material change on the part of the city that has impacted either the previous approval or this application.
Mr Dixon?
Not in terms of the city's policy position. Obviously, the city has a responsibility to assess a proposal that's been lodged with it. We've done that. We've undertaken our due diligence. We've assessed the proposal based on the information provided by the proponent, but also information that's been submitted through objections, and undertaken also an independent review through MGA planners of the veracity of the proposal, and there's no basis for, from our assessment, for council not to support the proposed increase in retail floor space.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Are there any speakers for the item? Yes, Deputy Mayor Treby.
Look, on the basis that the city actually hasn't changed its position on the previous approval, as I understand it. So there's no reason to suspect, A, the investors were being misled, which may have been some process of thought in this discussion. And besides which, that would be when investors in shopping centres look at these sorts of things, they do a lot of weighted risk analysis on what the external impactors are, and counterparty and third-party risk would be one of those, as well as would planning risk that would be assessed. And given that there has been no material change from the city in its determination of either the criteria or the compliance matters, I see no valid reason as to why this should not be approved. And again, councillors, it's not a planning consideration. In fact, it would be ultra vires for us to get involved in market competition decisions because we are not allowed, it's not a valid planning decision, and it's actually quite unlawful under the ACCC legislation federally.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Any speakers against? And so, councillors, cast your vote. And I have 10 in support of recommendation, 2 against, and that is myself and Councillor Nguyen. Thank you. We move on to assets, which is item ASO 10823, the State National Black Spot Program. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Wright, and a seconder, Councillor Civic. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. Just in short, it's really great to see the city being proactive in applying for external funding for some of these projects. I know they're certainly not small projects either. It's great to see that the Elliott Road intersection has also been listed. I know Councillor Svitten and myself certainly do receive a lot of queries and feedback in regards to this intersection, and also the statistics of how many crashes actually occur on this stretch. I know that Main Roads has also decreased the speed, which has helped a little bit. However, I still think there are some structural issues which this funding application does address, and hopefully we will see a reduce in the number of crashes there, and certainly an improvement in safety for both pedestrians and vehicles. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Svitten, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, just briefly, Mayor. Yes, look, these black spots are really important, and we need to get on top of them. And administration's application towards the black spot funding is important because we need to address some of these real troublesome areas. And as Councillor Wright has said, the Elliott Road intersection and with Wanneroo Road is a very important one. So I guess the sooner we're successful, the quicker they'll be done. So I encourage Council to support the 2 items that are on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against this item? Deputy Mayor Treby, I note that you wanted to move the item. Do you have anything you want to speak to this item? No. Okay. So if there's no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. We go to item ASO 20823, which is the response to the petition PTO 20623, request for traffic treatments, Dalcross Avenue, Madeley. Do I have a mover and seconder for the substantive? Moved Councillor Rowe, seconded Councillor Wright, and I know that is there an amendment coming, Councillor Herridge? Okay, Councillor Nguyen, would you like to speak to your amendment to this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Ted Parker, who was here earlier and who's given details of accidents that's happened on Dalcross Road. Some of those accidents have not been included in the report because, as we know, there are accidents that are not commonly reported. At least 2 has been outlined by Mr. Ted Parker, and I've been told there were at least 4. Now, these accidents have caused many residents living on this street not to be able to use and enjoy the land. Many of them have young family, so they are afraid to have their kids played outside, and some have built a wall in front to prevent any of this. The proposal intends to seek administration to develop suitable traffic management option for the implementation of the Dalcross Avenue and report back to Council by April next year, and also to request administration to write to WA Police to request ongoing enforcement of that 50-kilometre speed limit. Now, we know that this road has received traffic treatment in the past, and it has been effective in reducing the mean speed from 52 kilometres to 48 kilometres. Now, while the data doesn't support the implementation of traffic treatment, we can't simply rely on historical data, especially when it concerns the safety of our kids. We need to be proactive. If we wait for the data to indicate there's a need, then that means we may have lost somebody. We may have got someone injured, and I'm not prepared to do that, especially we know from what we've heard today that this is a dangerous road, and Mr. Parker has also had an accident recently as well. So it's important that we remain proactive in our management of road, making it sure that it's safe for all users and for families who live on this street. And I understand my colleague, Councillor Herridge, has also made the point that this item has been backed on council on at least 3 times. And on those previous occasions, despite it not meeting the requirement, council in the past has approved for the traffic management in this area. The only reason why it did not proceed the last time was because the proposal where it was to be installed, the resident of that house objected to it, and therefore it did not proceed. I understand that the proposed location of this, a potential speed hump or whatever that treatment that may be, is a location where agreement could be reached, and the objection is no longer an issue in this in that area. So I urge you to consider approving the motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to say a first thanks to Ted Parker again, who's actually left us. Wonderful man, 94. He is correct. I had a good chat with him a week ago. He unfortunately had an accident in his car with his wife, ironically a little bit down the road on Kingsway and Hepburn, which the flyover can't come soon enough. So I'd just like to say thanks to the locals from Dale Cross for bringing this to us once again. I use this stretch of road regularly myself, so I know it very well. It's now our turn to ensure that the outcome from this third petition is one that can complete the loop. Our amendment to administration is to recommend to ask to continue in liaising with local police and investigate the last of the further options, including the possibility of possibly moving what was existing. I note that this has been hasn't been easy to find a suitable outcome from the first petitions with road design, crossovers, and in liaising with locals on the positioning of the speed humps. However, we need to find a suitable outcome to ensure this road is safe, that residents are reassured that everything that can be done has been done. Thanks.
Do I have any speakers against this amendment? Do you have a question, Councillor Savitton? Councillor Savitton?
Yeah, before asking the question, Mayor, I live close by and I do understand the problems that have been there. But I've never seen any children playing on the street, Councillor Nguyen. That's one thing. But my question is, and I'm happy to support this particular item, but my question is to Mr Singh, what more can we do? This has been before us many a time. What more can we do? Councillor Nguyen pointed out that there has been people approached to put further calming devices within a 200-metre stretch of road, and no one wants to take it on. So my question is, what more can we do? And I'm happy to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Savitton. Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. We have assessed this petition in accordance with the local area traffic management policy. That's detailed in the report. From a solution point of view, rather than giving a solution on the run, we have to look at all the constraints, look at the road layout, the crossover, as I said last week, and see what solution is going to be most possibly be implemented, provided community also is on board. So we had the same issue previously. There was another set of cushions which was meant to go in there, and that there was objection from the neighbouring residents. That's why it wasn't built at that time.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Okay, are there any speakers against this amendment? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question. The point 4 on this proposed amendment says, request administration to develop a suitable traffic management option. Could I ask what that would define or mean?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As just outlined, there could be a range of options. We need to understand which option is going to be suitable. It could be a set of speed cushions, could be a mid-block like an island. Again, all of these options, we have to consider what can be safely installed. We don't want to create another hazard by putting something in the road.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Councillor Huntley.
Just another quick question. As we know before, there was a petition against putting more cushions in on Dale Cross. Is that correct?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not aware of that petition. I think the petition was for traffic treatments. As per the previous council decision, the traffic management scheme involved 2 sets of cushions. One was objected to when it came close to construction, and that's why that second set of cushions wasn't done. The one set of cushions close to Wanneroo Road was constructed.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Any speakers against the item? Councillor Wright.
We're still dealing with the amendment, aren't we?
Yes.
Sorry.
Any speakers against the amendment? If there are no speakers against the amendment, councillors, please cast your vote. And the amendment is passed unanimously. Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to the substantive as amended?
Thank you, Mayor. Only just to offer the same thanks to Mr Parker for engaging with the process and coming both last week at the briefing session and tonight. I use the road on a daily basis and can attest to some of the tailgating that I've had to experience from a personal note there. So it is something that I can agree with Mr Parker's concerns. And Councillor Nguyen mentioned that I believe Councillor Herridge had contributed to the reasons for the amendment. So I thank her for providing some of those as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak as the seconder to the substantive as amended?
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. I certainly agree with all the comments raised by Councillor Rowe, Councillor Nguyen and Councillor Herridge. I suppose I want to add my comments from a different angle, and that's in regards to the local area traffic management policy, and I certainly think that this policy needs to be reviewed, as it seems to be the community expectations seem to be where a lot of these requests are not supported by those supported by administration because of that policy, and I think we need to have a look at the criteria because that seems to be where the community sentiment is across the city, and I know there's a lot of applications in all of our wards that continue not to be supported. So I do think that a review of this policy should also come about. But I certainly do agree that there is a lot of concerns, particularly in the Madley area, which is very well built up and is very well used by the residents of the area. So I do think that this substantive that is amended is certainly a valid one for the local community, and I thank them for raising that with council.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Do I have any speakers against the substantive as amended? If I have no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. I go to ASO 30823, the Metropolitan Regional Roads Program 24-25. Do I have a mover and seconder for this, please? Move Deputy Mayor Treby, seconded Councillor Rowe. Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. Just to highlight that the Metropolitan Regional Roads Program is a vitally important program. It's been running for many, many years. It's funded out of some of the road
tax, I think it is, to a percentage of money coming in from roads across, or the use of roads across Western Australia. So significant about this is that it's identified at least 3 sections of road within the South Ward on Mirrabooka Avenue and indeed on Beach Road. What that does is really identifies that there is always a need to look at our older existing assets to make sure that they are maintained to a safe standard. And it's by no mistake this particular application for the road rehab projects will feature 3 of the 4 in the South Ward, and I understand that the Nangara Road one, Regali Way, was a very heavily used road well before Hartman Drive was constructed on its current alignment. But it really does highlight the need to continually look at our existing assets in the older parts of the city to make sure that they are functional and they provide safe transit for people using the roads throughout the city.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Truby. Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Only to echo the comments of the Deputy Mayor and to note that rehabilitation in these cases is due to the age of the infrastructure, the road infrastructure. So to bear in mind that some of the road networks, particularly those listed in the South Ward, are more than 45 years old, and that creates general wear and tear. That requires investment over time to ensure that it's safe, not just for drivers, but cyclists and pedestrians who are crossing the road as well. So I think these submissions recognise that fact, and I'm hopeful that we will be successful in securing that funding opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Do I have any speakers against this item? If I have no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. I go to item ASO 408-23, tender number 23058, the renewal of play equipment, softball and installation of shade sail structures. Please note there is a confidential attachment to this. If you want to discuss anything there, we will have to go behind closed doors. But if you're happy, Councillor Savitton wants to move it. Who wants to second it? Councillor Huntley. And so long as we don't go to the confidential attachment, we don't have to go behind closed doors. Councillor Savitton, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Briefly, the recommendation is sound, and it's a good thing to see that the actual submitted by 4 or 5 applicants in this particular process will get to share part of the assets renewal and park assets installations of shade sails, etc. So, yeah, I'm happy with this particular item and look forward to seeing the results at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savitton. Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say that Paul and myself actually drove out to have a look at some of these playgrounds and look at the state of the shade sails, and really they do need replacing, and I think this is a good document to bring together, and I think they have chosen the right parks as well, so I'm happy to move this.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Are there any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. We go to ASO 5823, Flynn Drive duplication, the community engagement results and next steps. Do I have a mover for this item? Deputy Mayor Treby pro forma and Councillor Parker seconder. Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to speak to this item?
I'm just happy with the item. I'm just wanting to get it on the floor for debate.
Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
Nothing to add. Thank you for a very, very good report. And I do note that we had some of the residents in council last week asking questions, and when they left, they were really happy. And for people that want to keep the trees and they want to see that everything's done right, to actually leave being happy is a really good outcome. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Do I have any speakers against this item? If I have no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. Who hasn't voted? Councillor Civic. And that is passed unanimously. That's okay. We move on to Waste Services, ASO 6823, the Waste Strategy Directions Paper, the City's submission. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Civic, you're on the MRC. Yeah. So would you like to move this? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Smith. Councillor Civic, would you like to speak to this item?
Really, nothing further to add. However, the Waste Authority directions and papers are on review of the West Australian Waste Accordance and Recovery Strategy of 2030 is sound, and really that's all I have to add. It's good.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. That is passed unanimously. We go to Community Facilities, CPO 10823, moved Councillor Rowe, seconded Deputy Mayor Treby. Well, it's your ward, guys. So, Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you. I didn't actually prepare any notes because I think I've got it all up top after a couple of years. So, first off, thank you to administration for bringing the report back to us at this time, and also the work that's been involved in engaging with ward councillors, with the community through the public consultation sessions, through the Your Say page, through the consultant who provided some information to the public, and also the work that's gone on even at the CEO's level in working with stakeholders such as the federal and state member in this space as well. Council, I just encourage you to take a look both at what the report has to say about the quality of the facility in its current shape, the quality of the services that it delivers to a community who greatly needs those services. I think those two factors on their own should be a reason to support this. It's important that we bring the master planning concept process to a close because it strengthens our ability to advocate for funding at higher levels of government. I would encourage you, even those who live far away from Girraween, to come and actually visit the three facilities that are there. The library, as I've said to many of you here, I learnt to read in that library. We grew up and we didn't have much money, and my mum often would take us there because library membership was free, and we had a great time. And some of the librarians have continued to work at the city, at the Girraween Library, for the many years, decades in fact, thereafter. They run some great services for the cold community in terms of language, digital literacy, resume writing, all sorts of things at that library. It's a fantastic place. So I'm incredibly reassured that going forward, a library will always have a place in the Girraween community. The hub, while it is the services it offers are relatively new. The building itself is ageing, and council would know that a lot of the investment going into that facility now is to ensure it remains compliant. It's not necessarily investment to make it to have glitz and glamour. It's just to make sure that the lights stay on, the roof doesn't fall in, all those sorts of things. But the services provided there for the multicultural communities, the office spaces are fantastic. The Achievers Club are there for a mentoring program. And then finally, I know the Deputy Mayor would echo my sentiments about the Seniors Club. My view is it is one of the best. With a truly great caretaker in Deanne there, and the club itself offers some incredible services for our seniors community in the south. So going forward, I do hope that the master plan can go back out into the community, we can be successful in our advocacy approach, and in time we can deliver a facility for the Girraween and a surrounding community that is of a quality that it deserves. So I would encourage fellow councillors, please support the report. Please visit the facility, say hello to the very friendly locals. We had one of them here tonight, a young girl who came to share her great respect for this place. So please support this item.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to speak to this item?
It's very difficult for me to actually find anything to say now. But I will say something on There are a couple of aspects. Number one is that typically, and we find this, and both my a good friend, Councillor Rowe, and myself recognise this on an ongoing basis, and we had the family here this evening and the young girl making that impassioned plea, is that the people of the South Ward are genuinely pleased with what they have and the services that are provided by the city. And whenever they engage the council, it's done in an incredibly respectful way. We'd only need to go back a couple of meetings, and I think we had a group talking about the closure of a public access way, and their engagement was quite good. And that's typically the standard that you see from people in the South Ward. Notwithstanding, there are some critical things with this project, and it's about time that there is some significant investment, because as the report highlights, there is an incredibly high level of access and loans of books from the library itself to people who use languages other than English. We have a high degree of population locally who really do need that library service. And of course, the seniors have been there for many, many years. When I do go to the seniors, if I don't do my rounds to see those old faces that I've known for many, many years, I will get chastised before I leave the building. That's always been the case. But memorable for this project, councillors, and it's an important one because it demonstrates a vision. We spoke in an earlier report about roads, the need to reinvest in assets. And the assets in this area are coming to the end of their life cycle. And it's an important part of the city to recognise that we don't only have the growth, but we also have the challenge of supporting our communities, and it is a growing community. There's an enormous amount of regrowth in houses and new housing stock coming through in Girraween and Condola, and parts of Marangaroo, in fact, and Alexander Heights. And these services are going to be much more required and needed as centres for services provided by state and federal agencies as well. The discussions have been held with state members and federal members. There's been a fair amount of support. But I think in this particular item, and this is to go out to the community, and I think the council's going to be able to go out to the community holding its head high in recognising that this is a quality investment into a proposed quality investment into that Girraween area in the southern part of the city. And it promises to be, it delivers on the promise that we are going to put our money where our mouths are. We recognise the importance of the south. It comes with a staging plan, which is important. And the other thing, it also comes with a strategy of looking to free up land for the potential for sale and reinvestment into this area. So it's not just all about council needing or the city needing to put its hand in its pocket. It's also about investing and freeing up the value of land to invest in these sorts of assets. So, councillors, I would implore you to consider supporting this motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Do we have any speakers against this item? There are no speakers against this item. Councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. We go to item CPO 20823, review of the coastal aquatic safety policy. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Parker moved, Councillor Smith second. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. Aquatic safety in a city that has 32 kilometres of coastline is vital. Understanding and ensuring that all organisations involved with the activities mentioned in this policy know their respective responses will ensure safety for all. The city has worked alongside Surf WA for many years and will continue to do so, ensuring visitors to the city's beaches are as safe as possible. Maintaining and evaluating the validity of this policy ensures the city provides a long-term view of potential coastal hazard and works alongside all organisations and departments in order to adapt, where needed, strategies for future oceanic and coastal conditions. Therefore, very happy to support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to say that I'm very happy with the changes that have been made to the policy for the fact that they make the policy a lot clearer to be understood. So very happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. We go to Community Safety and Emergency Management, CPO 30823, repeal and replace the Bushfire Brigade's Local Law 2022. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Herridge. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parker. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think the report speaks for itself.
Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor. Very good report. Thank you.
Do I have any speakers against it? Do you have a question, do you, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. It would be probably inappropriate for me not to raise it, but I did want to seek some clarification from the CEO or administration. I understand that there were some concerns that were expressed on a few Facebook pages, and I would like an update in the public in regards to some of these allegations across the city. And I was just wondering if there was an update for council members in regards to the Bushfire Brigade's local law, because I understand that this was a process that was given to us by the Delegated Authority Committee, and I just want to clear up to make sure that this was nothing of the city's doing, that this was a process that we were actually instructed to by the State Parliament.
Mr Sims.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not privy to the Facebook post Councillor Wright is referring to, but certainly, as the report outlines, we're responding to the direction from the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Ms Terrelink, did you want to speak to that, add to it?
No, thank you, Mayor. Only just to acknowledge that we did initially intend to simplify the local law. However, the feedback from the Joint Standing Committee is that we had to be very conscious of not subdelegating authority that we had no authority to subdelegate, and as a result of that we've had to review the local law in line with the feedback from the Joint Standing Committee, which we have now done. We will then put it out for public notice, receive any comments, and then the intention will be bring back to Council and then put back to the Joint Standing Committee. But yes, essentially the CEO is correct. The changes that we've had to make have been as a result of feedback from the Joint Standing Committee on Delegation.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Do you have another question, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so just to clarify, probably the biggest change to this was obviously the CEO being the person conducting business. I believe that was the biggest change in that. That came from the Delegated Authority Committee. I just wanted to put that on the record because I know there were other things out there alluding to other facts, and I just thought I'd bring that up as to why probably the council is voting a particular way on this item, because that was what we were required under the state legislation.
Is that correct, Mr CEO?
For you, Mayor, I think the Director of Community and Place probably summarised it right in that originally there was a high level of collaboration between our executive brigade members and council in the drafting of the local law that subsequently was advertised and forwarded to the Joint Standing Committee on Legislation. They didn't support all of the revised amendments to the local law and have instructed council accordingly. We now start the process again, and we hope that the new local law as presented and consulted will be adopted by the Joint Standing Committee, but it is a new process, so we will have to cross that bridge once it's been submitted.
Okay, do we have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to CPO 40823, response to petition PTO 11122, election signs on road verges. Do I have a mover for this item? Deputy Mayor Treby, do I have a seconder? Councillor Civic. Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to speak to this item?
I will very briefly. I note that this item was in response to a petition, and I note the subject matter of the petition was well based, and this responds to the petition. And I could only say that whilst it's not perfect, but it is good. So I think we need to get something out there, and I'll just the closing comment from me. I think it's worth supporting this evening, just for the city, with respect to any breaches that might occur as a result of through this election campaign, to be as vigorous as it can be with its compliance measures.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Councillor Civic, you want to speak to this item?
Yes, Mayor, very briefly, I think Councillor Treby's hit it on the head. What happened at the last election only 12 months or so ago was really bad and disgraceful, to be quite honest, and I think these laws need to be tidied up so that there is no impediment on pedestrians, on traffic, etc., that they are monitored properly, and all the terms and conditions under which we're working on with this are heeded. So I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And Councillor Smith, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. It's a question that was actually stemmed from Dot Newton's comments and question and statement time. The last thing she was talking about, I think you took as a statement rather than a question, but I felt like there was a question in there when she was talking about the contradiction between what is on the website and then what is in our local policy. So my question is, will that contradiction be rectified so that it is clear for those going to be a candidate or maybe wanting to put up signs that they're not misled by information that's not what we're following?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so we're in the process of providing a very detailed document to the returning officer that will be provided to each candidate when they nominate, which will spell out exactly what our laws, local laws are and policy in regards to election signage. Our website, which I think Ms Newton was referring to, covers all signage. And there, as Council will be aware, there is a certain element of freedom of speech that we need to consider in terms of election signage, and that will be considered in more detail as part of the signage local law review. But we will ensure, and it is a new pack that will be provided to the returning officer to guide candidates on exactly their requirements under the local law and planning policy.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Follow-up question. So I realised the policy is being reviewed in the future. Is it possible for the website to have a clarifying part? Because I think a lot of the angst in the community for people who think it may be unlawful, because I understand the new information is going to candidates, but I'm wanting to clarify and get the community to understand. So if that could be clearer on the website, that would be wonderful.
Mr. CEO.
Yes, I think that's a good point. We'll look at providing some explanation on our website in terms of how we manage election signage and the shared responsibility between candidates and the City of Wanneroo from an enforcement perspective.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Are there any speakers against this item? Is that a question or speaking
It's a question.
Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Can I just ask how many rangers we've got and what cost this is going to be to keep removing all these signs? If I look at the last election, I don't think we would have employed enough rangers for just one ward, let alone the rest of the wards. There's obviously going to be one hell of a cost, and is it actually enforceable? Thank you.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know exactly the number of rangers we have, but what I can say is that our rangers have a diverse and large responsibility across many local laws and regulations, and their attention is determined based on a risk basis and resource available at the time across all of the local laws and other responsibilities that our rangers have that are in addition to compliance.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Any speakers against? Is it a speaker against or a question, Councillor Wright?
Question, Mayor Aiken.
Yes,
It's
Councillor
probably
Wright.
a tongue-in-cheek comment. Is it possible that the city, possibly for the election period, could have a election brigade up until the election is concluded that can look after signage?
Oh my gosh. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure the Director of Community and Place would be happy to cost that for consideration at next year's budget, but certainly with the election coming very soon, that wouldn't be possible to have Council consider it from a budgetary perspective this year.
Do I have any speakers against the item? If I have no speakers against this item, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously, councillors. We now move to item CPO 50823, closed circuit television, CCTV in brackets and video surveillance devices policy. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this? Moved Councillor Rowe, seconded Councillor Parker. Councillor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you. Again, I'm very happy to support this policy. I'm a huge supporter of CCTV usage throughout the city as a deterrent to what is a growing problem of antisocial behaviour and crime. Providing clarity on how the city manages its network will ensure the correct management of footage and its use, and informed decision-making in relation to its ongoing management and expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Do I have any speakers against this item? If I have no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now move to item CPO 60823, determination horse exercise area at Timely Hostess Mews. Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Civic, seconder? Councillor Herridge. Councillor Civic, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I would. Yes, look, this particular site is a freehold site deeded to the city many, many years ago, and it was deeded, my understanding, as part of a subdivision by one of a past councillor, Mr Bill Duffy, and it was deemed as a horse exercise yard. We don't have any horse exercise yards or a paddock in the city of Wanneroo, other than probably Nanovich Park, which is a trotting track. It is important to keep this as it is at the moment and not for dogs, because I think dogs at this stage have many other locations they can go to exercise, and I think it's preempting it at this point in time until East Wanneroo actually gets to the point where all of this area is considered for various uses, either they be residential or other. So I would like to see this be retained at this point in time. It's not maintained that well, but I think this is the only place that we have for horse exercises, so I'll be supporting the recommendation.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
Just seconding for purpose of debate, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item?
Madam Mayor, could I ask for a procedural motion that we actually vote on individual items when we come to do the voting, that we split the items into their...
Do I have a seconder for this procedural motion?
Yeah.
I have a seconder in Councillor Berry for the procedural motion. Can I ask, can you clarify how you want the recommendations split in the vote?
Okay, so at present we have recommendation 1, 2, and then we can vote on those two together. But when we come to request 3, can we vote on that separately?
So there's no debate on a procedural motion. So, councillors, what we are asking is a procedural motion that we separate how we vote for the recommendations at the end of this item. And councillors, could you please cast your vote whether you support the separation of the voting or not? Okay, so that procedural motion is lost. We have 7 that weren't supportive of it and 5 that were supportive of it. So we have Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry, Councillor Coetzee that was supportive of it, and there was myself, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Parker, Councillor Treby, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Savitten and Councillor Smith that were not supportive of that procedural motion. So we will vote on the substantive as is. Do I have any speakers against this item? Thank you. Yes, Councillor Huntley.
I'm actually not fully against, but I am against clause 3 in this, or recommendation 3, in the fact that we are totally prohibiting dogs being on this area. This piece of land has been neglected since really the probably year dot. And as such, the residents quite often use the piece of land to walk their horses and to walk their dogs as well. And we are now going to deny them that privilege. Also, the fences are in such disrepair that the properties that back onto this area, their dogs can actually run straight into it and have been doing so for years and years and years. Now, with this proposition to actually ban the dogs, if those dogs run out and onto the piece of land and a ranger is present, they will now be fined, and they live there and they have had the privilege of utilising this space for years. It's been neglected by the council, and now all of a sudden we're making it a horse area, which I absolutely endorse. This is wonderful. At last, we have got nothing going coastally. We cannot do a horse beach coastally, but we can do something internally. But we shouldn't be blanket saying no other animals because of the situation. This is an inland piece of land, unlike Hillary's or Whitford's Beach, where you can actually have a dog section next to the horse section. We haven't got that privilege here, but we're blanketly banning this. We're also actually now saying that we don't want any of the fences repaired. We're quite happy to leave the fences in a dilapidated state. There is no demarcation of this piece of land other than what the owners of the properties around have put up. And so I cannot endorse this with that total ban on the dogs and the fact that we're going to do nothing about the fences. These people deserve some place that is decent to walk their animals, and when people do come to visit, which they will do because other people will bring their horses to here, they need to know when they're actually on someone else's property. At the moment, that demarcation isn't there because the posts are also dilapidated. And I did include the photos in the report, but obviously you can't actually see the total, well, you can actually see all the wires down. This is not a horse-friendly place. It's not a dog-friendly place either. It's not a human-friendly place at the moment. And we need to do something about this. And by you supporting this, yes, it's good as a horse area. It would be fantastic, but we need to do other things to get this up to a standard, and we're ignoring that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Do I have any speakers for the item? Deputy Mayor Treby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's probably fair to say that historically, much of this area from East Wanneroo right the way through to that area in Marigini up is predominantly equine, and has been historically. And it's probably now also fair to say with the advent of the East Wanneroo development as it's going to occur, those opportunities will be much less and they'll be diminishing almost on an annual basis. I mean, gone are the days where a lot of the adjustment farms and private horse owners could use horse trails right throughout the area. I think it's important to note, just literally on the proposal itself, item 5 requests that a new demarcation fence or barrier be installed. I think that's a critical thing and a critical intention about the recommendation. But And I think it's important, councillors, to understand the difference between a malfeasance and a misfeasance. To remove the need for dogs to be prohibited in that area would, for council, be a malfeasance. We would actively be taking away the requirement, and if there were an incident or accident, council could, in some circumstances, be liable and open to an action. And that's the very good reason why 3 itself is actually there. For us to not do that would be opening up to the residents across the city, because they are the ones that would actually be paying for any fines or any actions. It would be, we need to have that in there because we are working on their behalf to make sure that they are they're protected should there be any unfortunate accidents. God forbid there should be, but that's the very good reason why 3 is there, and I support that the whole proposed motion unamended.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Do I have speakers against? Councillor Smith.
Sorry, just question there. I have a question in response regarding the state of the area as it's being called into question, whether it is being neglected. I'd love to hear from administration to see what they believe the state of the area is and if there's any plans to bring it up to what standard it should be. Thank you.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As it's mentioned in the report, and my understanding is it is not a formal park area. So it's like an open space which we look at from safety point of view, not from a regular maintenance point of view. But if that's what the council's wishes are, we can start having a look and see what program we can implement.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Do I have any speakers against? Councillor Wright? 4. Okay, you may speak for, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. I do think that this agenda item is critical because I know I've spoken to the manager of community safety quite a lot around horse concerns. I know there wasn't any dedicated spaces. That was the feedback I received from a lot of the community who own horses at the back of Wanneroo and Ningara. Certainly, I do have a different view from Councillor Huntley. I do understand that dogs should be prohibited, and I have heard some terrifying stories of the Hillary's Horse Beach with a lot of dogs biting the underbellies of the horses, because that seems to be a trend, and I know a lot of the owners tend to go down to Rockingham to visit their horse beach because it is away from the dog beach next door. I do think, in agreeance and listening to Deputy Mayor Treby and everyone else here tonight, I do think it would be appropriate to move an amendment, and that's just to include Councillor Huntley's alternative point 5, and that's just to redo the barrier and fencing to include the separation. I do think that won't change the ultimate determination.
We need to do full on
No.
Deputy Mayor Treby is happy to support that. Are you happy to support that, Councillor Herridge?
Just a question.
Yes.
Just to bring up in the reasons or the admin comment, I did note somewhere, if someone knows it quicker than me, something about fencing is no good for the dogs or the horses if there is an issue. Where is it somewhere? The admin comment? Yeah, there it is. The fencing means that any horses that bolt are not able to escape the area.
Mr. CEO would like to speak to this.
Thank you, Mayor. With the mover and the seconder's support, could I suggest maybe a slight amendment just to reflect the fact that we haven't costed it nor budgeted for it? So maybe number 5 might be better read. Request a new fence or barrier to clearly define the boundaries of the horse exercise area to ensure separation between the horse area and the residential properties to prevent conflicts be listed for consideration at the next budget.
I'm happy with that, Mayor. Yep, thank you.
Yes, so both of you are happy, so we will incorporate that as the fourth item on the substantive recommendation. But it has to be considered for budget. So can we have the updated recommendation, please? Because there's no mention of budget in item 5, so we need to dictate for budget instead of to be done straight away.
For you, Mayor, just to assist in the drafting of that, if we remove the word after barrier, remove be installed. And then after conflicts, remove the full stop. And add be listed for budget consideration.
Are you happy with that? The mover and seconder is happy with that?
Can I just ask for the word next budget to be placed in there? So listed for the next budget consideration?
Are you happy with that, Deputy Mayor Treby? Oh, sorry, it was Herridge, yes. Are you happy with that, Councillor Herridge? Yes. Yes. Okay, happy with that, Councillor Savitton? Okay. So, councillors, are there any speakers against this item as amended with item 4? There are no speakers against it. Councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. I intend to move item CSO 10823, warrant of payments for the period to the 30th of June 2023.
Sorry, point of order.
Sorry?
Question. Were we voting on the amendment, and so we have to vote on the substantive now, as amended?
No, we were voting on the substantive as amended because both of the movers of the substantive agreed to have item 4 put on there. Thank you. Okay, so en bloc, transactional finance of CSO 10823, warrant of payments for the period to the 30th of June 2023, and CSO 20823, the financial activity statement for the period ended 30th of June 2023. Do I have a mover for these two items? Councillor Berry, do I have a seconder? Councillor Wright. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against these items? If I have no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. We move to Governance and Legal, CEO 1823, request for extension of council policies. Do I have a mover for this, Councillor Herridge? And do I have a seconder? Oh, a declaration. Okay, if you want to do your declaration, then I'll do the mover and seconder.
Cool, thank you, Mayor. With regard to item CE01-0823, request for extension of council policies, I disclose that my family business has an association with a car manufacturer, and as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will accordingly consider this matter on its merits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge. Who would like to move this and who would like to second this item? Moved Councillor Huntley, seconded Deputy Mayor Treby. Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to speak to this item?
I think Councillor Huntley summed that up nicely.
Do I have any speakers against this item? I have no speakers against. Councillors, please cast your vote. And I declare that passed unanimously. We now go to motions on notice, and the first motion on notice is MNO 10823, and it's by myself, and it's about hospice services within the City of Wanneroo. Hospice actually means a home It's moved myself and seconded Councillor Parker. A hospice actually means a home providing care for the sick or terminally ill, but an older version of the meaning of it, it's a lodging for travellers, especially one run by a religious order. And, you know, with hospice, this is about the last journey people make. This is the last 6 months of their lives. It's about caring for them and their families as they prepare to lose their loved ones in the best possible way. It's a compassionate community in which everyone has access to high quality, seamless palliative care, where end-of-life choices are respected and supports are readily available. We're providing passionate care for individuals and families. This is not designed for the people in aged care who have a natural progression as they get older to move to C-class homes and are looked after a long life. But it's for people who are living in the community who get an unexpected diagnosis and are on or at the last 6 months of their lives. And the diagnosis is that they are being treated towards end of life with no active treatment to extend their lives. And they're living in our community. And this could be young adults, teenagers, men, women with cancer, MND, sarcoma, all of these various brain tumours, all of these various issues. I myself have worked in palliative care and looked after people to end of life. And it's an actual privilege to be able to do it, but appropriate hospice care means that it's holistic care, it's bereavement care for the families, and it looks after them for the whole system, preparation for what is happening and emotional care for families. Now, this is not a core business of the City of Wanneroo, but it is a service we do not have in the metropolitan area. We have this service in Busselton and Albany, and we used to have this service in the metropolitan area at Cottage Hospice, where I worked, and at Hollywood had a hospice there. And the two stories I would like to share with you is one, when I worked at Cottage Hospice, it wasn't just for people with the money to afford it. One of the men we looked after had a fungating tumour on his face, and he had come from the streets. And he was benefited with care, the best of quality care, to the end of his days because he was a human being and he deserved it. And at Hollywood, when I was working in their old care unit, my stepsister had a bad diagnosis and she'd been to all the other hospitals around with care, but when she came to that hospice-based care unit, the way it was then, she felt like she'd come home. And what happens is when you come back for your cycle of care and you need to have your regimen changed because the pain increases or different side effects increase, you don't have to redo your admission. You've got the same people there. You just rotate through and your care is balanced to look after, and then you go back home to live what you can, but you have a place to go to pass away. Things that happen, like I know of Kate McLaughlin and her husband. He was a young man of 30 and he had a brain tumour and left with she had 2 young children, one that had just been born and she was still feeding. I know of another young lady and the care was not appropriate to what happened there. I know another young family where the young man had melanoma. He was 31 and left 2 preschool-aged children. And he died at home, but the problem was the kids had nightmares every time they went home. So instead of having a safe place that was like a family place that they could go to, they say, oh, that's where Daddy passed away, it was at home. And in having nightmares, they had to sell their security and move to another place, and they lost money on selling the property. Hospice care is about when someone's got a birthday, they put everything together to have a birthday party for the family, or whether a grandchild does, or whether they bring their dog in to share with them. It is not about, there's no blood pressure cuffs, there's no taking of temperatures or that. It is looking after quality of life. We don't have that in the metropolitan area, and I would like something like that within the City of Wanneroo. The funds set aside this is not, the intent of this is to do a business case and to network together to enable a provision of a community hospice within the City of Wanneroo. This is not our job to do it as our core business, but it is our job as a city to advocate for the needs of the community, like we advocate for roads, like we advocate for parks, like we advocate for regional open space. We need to advocate for this as well and work a business case and then work with the people that can do this and bring this together for our community. Hospice is very successful in the UK, and I hear people tell me of how wonderful their families were treated under hospice care in the UK. I was with an anaesthetist last week and she went to Canada where her father-in-law died at a hospice in Canada, and how wonderful it was and how we don't have that facility here. So, councillors, I ask that you support me with this recommendation that we can at least investigate and facilitate the provision of this service for the members of our community. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
I cannot add much more to your reasons and comments, Mayor. Increasingly, local governments, particularly in the city of Wanneroo, is becoming one of advocacy. Much needed infrastructure, particularly around healthcare, is lacking in the city. Highlighting these needs is imperative and is councillors' role. Thank you, Mayor Atkin, for this motion on notice, and I could not possibly not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Do I have any speakers against this item? Is it against? Okay, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Atkin. I agree with your sentiment around bringing this to council. However, for me, I can't support this for the following reasons. I believe that aged care and health are both state and federal issues, and as you pointed out, it isn't part of our core business. I also, upon review, and I know from the Service Review Committee, we did have a list of our service unit level areas, and I know that that was not even a discretionary service that was listed in terms of consulting. I do take note on page 384 that in the financial implications that this hasn't been budgeted, didn't go through the budget process with any of our other budget requests. I know from my circumstances, I know that $10,000 could go a long way within my own ward, and that's just knowing from what's happened. But I also do believe from a service provider point of view, and I have clarified this with Councillor Berry, that service providers do actually have an allocation within their budgets for advocacy. And I do think there are probably other better methods of approaching this in terms of, for example, in-kind support for our planning team to maybe suggest potential locations for zoning and that sort of thing, and supplying information rather than actually doing the business case for service providers. I just do think that's probably a better approach, which will still achieve the outcome of having a hospice service within the city of Wanneroo. But just on the basis of obviously the $10,000 and obviously our role as in local government, I just can't support this, but I understand your sentiment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I just ask Ms Terrelink, we now have a distinct community advocacy program which incorporates health within that. Is that correct, Ms Terrelink?
Through you, Mayor, I understand that the current advocacy plan under the productivity pillar does include activation of the Yanship Strategic Metropolitan Centre, which does include the delivery of hospital services.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for this item? Thank you. Yes, Councillor Smith.
I just have a follow-up question in regards to the Director's response. In terms of that advocacy budget, how much is that budget, and has that budget been already kind of planned out? And so would this then make an other item that's wanted to be advocated for off? So is there any consequences to that in terms of this budget?
Mr CEO.
Perhaps I can answer it in part, and then Director of Community Place may wish to add supplementary. So we certainly, under the Economic Development Advocacy budget, we have funds available for advocacy. It wasn't intended for this sort of detailed business case to be included in those funds, but there is general funds to advocate for the need for the Yanship Hospital. in a timely manner and the acquisition of that site as part of our advocacy agenda. But I might ask the Director of Community Place if she wishes to add anything.
Through you, Mayor, I guess we could look at the consultancy budget as well, because we're actually looking to undertake a consultancy if Council agrees to develop a business case to actually help us to understand what our advocacy would be focusing on, given it's not a service that we as a local government would provide, and we, with other areas that we advocate on, we probably have more knowledge around what it is we would actually be seeking on behalf of the community. So that's why we were looking at a business case in the first instance to help us to understand what specifically it would be that we would be advocating for and who we might be working with in the community and that type of thing. So it could potentially be funded through the consultancy budget.
Thank you, Ms Terrelling. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Follow up. So what I'm looking for is maybe confirmation from administration that there's not going to be like an opportunity cost, like something else misses out that gets bumped, if that makes sense. That this was maybe unallocated, or there's room in that budget for this.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. In answer to Councillor Smith's question, if that is Councillor's concern, it may be best to list the consultancy as part of the mid-year review, which would give both Ms Terrelling and myself an opportunity to review the advocacy agenda and understand what the budget draw is against the consultancy account in both the advocacy and economic development budget and also the community services consultancy budget.
Thank you. Speakers 4. Yes, Councillor Svitten.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. With the funds set aside, I guess once this study is done, it will be going outside the city to the state and federal governments to get advice to make sure that we're on the right track with this, and that I guess the city in effect won't have. It will be something recommended and approved if it goes through, but it won't necessarily have a huge input other than the planning side of it. Would that be a fair question to you?
I think so, but Mr CEO would you like to respond to that?
Yes, through you, Mayor. At the high level, Council has made it fairly clear that there is an urgent need to plan for the Yanchep Regional Hospital, and hospices can be part of a hospital, or they can be separate, or there can be segments of a hospice. So you can have community outreach hospice services that can be run by a community non-for-profit group outside of a hospital campus, or they can be located together. This is very much outside the core business of the city. So the general request to have a consultant develop a business case is to explore what are the best options for the city of Wanneroo. And I would suggest a more broader agenda of the Northern Corridor. And I would envisage that business case would also extend to who are the best partners to partner to advocate for, and who should be the lead partner to advocate, which may not be the city of Wanneroo as a result of the business case.
And further to that, the amount sought will go into the mid-year review and be a part of that budgetary process. Is that what you're seeking, Mayor?
Yes. Is this a question or a speaker 4? Question, yes.
Is it possible to write a letter to of support to state or federal government for this?
I have been working on this for a while, and yes, we can write a letter of support because we know the government is supporting a children's hospice. But when you look at the funding of hospitals, a few of them have had this care, and Cottage Hospice had this care as well. But they look at their funding, they look where they can maximise their money and most efficiency, and this falls off because unfortunately people who are at the end of their life cannot advocate for themselves after they've passed away, and the families that are bereaving at that time just want to move on with their life, so they don't often have the passion to go back and advocate for it. So this is something as a community benefit, that it's about caring for people at a time in their life that is pretty rough. I'm happy to write another letter. I've written personal letters, but I'm happy to go down that track. Councillor Nguyen.
I've got a few questions so I can understand what the proposal is. My understanding is that this money will go towards developing a business case for a third-party service provider to carry out hospice service within the City of Wanneroo. Is that right?
No, it will be developing a business case for what would be the best method of caring for our people and then advocating for our people. So there is not a specific provider at all. There is, if you have a look at hospices around the world, they are often run by community groups that get together. They're not run by councils, they're run by community groups and funded in that fashion at all. But we're looking at that. We're looking at the Busselton model, where they have a memorandum of understanding with Busselton Hospital, so they maintain the hospice care. And then there's the Albany model, where they have a hospice down there that is a separate hospice. We will be investigating to see what's best for the people of the City of Wanneroo and the northern suburbs too, because once something like this happens, you will find lots and lots of people will be withdrawn from it. When we had this facility at Shenton Park, people from the hills, people from all around were drawn to Shenton Park, but it was closed because there was a lot of money on that property there in Shenton Park and it was sold. And for the hospice they had at Hollywood, they changed their function and their direction with what they're doing and how they dealt with end-of-life care. And that was a business decision made by Ramsay at that time. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, and let's say the business case has identified there is a high demand need within the community for this service. What is the city's role after that? Is it simply just in the report says a connector to refer parties off to a service provider? Is that?
No. We will connect, and it gives us the evidence to advocate for and to advocate for funding for that to happen. We're advocating for a hospital at Yanship. And in advocating for a hospital at Yanship, it doesn't really matter whether it's a public-private with Ramsay or with John o' God, or it's a public hospital, or it's a community from another organisation. We are advocating for a hospital at Yanship. At this point in time, we're doing a business case to advocate for a hospice within the City of Wanneroo and what is best form and way of doing it.
And is there a reason why we can't still advocate without doing a business case?
We wouldn't have the evidence or the preparation to be able to show our reason for advocacy.
Okay, I'm still confused about the proposal because we're going to be advocating for a hospice service within the City of Wanneroo. Now, for a hospital or whatever that may be, that in itself is a state, federal hospital matter. I don't get. I guess I understand our role as an advocate to bring those services in there, but why are we spending money to develop business case when that should be done by, some other appropriate organisation or authority?
First of all, a hospice is not necessarily a state or federal government funded organisation or built. It can be built by a community organisation as well to put it together. So it's not necessarily that. We are examining the need for our community, which our community has the need for this, and presenting it and advocating for it for our community.
And do we know whether there were any other council that is involved in something similar? Or are we the...
Busselton Council and Albany Council.
And sorry, and that was their role in how was their role in part of that?
We've been down and investigated. We got some reports. Ms Terrelink, did you, from Busselton and the council and the community and the hospital and the memorandum of understanding with that group down there?
Through you, Mayor, my understanding from the discussions with the Shire of Busselton is that they support the service being available within the community, and that's been fundamentally their role is to support the service being available for their community. So probably similar to what we're looking at here in terms of that advocacy position and facilitating connections into that service where people need that through the health service.
Thank you, Ms.
Can I
Terrelli.
just have a further question on that? In terms of support, was that financial support? And if so, what was the ongoing financial support, if you were aware of any?
Through you, Mayor, I'm not aware that either the City of Albany or the Shire of Busselton or the City of Busselton financially contributes towards the hospice. It's more about supporting that the service is available within their community.
Thank you.
Through the Mayor, I concur with the Director of Community in Place based on the briefing that the Director and I received from the Mayor, Shire President and CEO of the City of Busselton. It's also fair to say that Busselton and Albany are more rural health service as opposed to metropolitan health service, so it is a different model.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Just related questions. So the report mentioned that there is a service provider that's interested, and we've heard tonight that oftentimes such service providers have an advocacy budget. I was just wondering, is there a likelihood that if we don't support the budget case, the business case, that they won't be able to put a budget case or business case themselves as an interested party?
The party that you're talking about, I think, is LJM Group, and that is Kate. And what happened was her husband died of a brain tumour, and she used to work with hospice care in the UK. He died of a brain tumour here in Australia, and the process of what happened wasn't appropriate. And she was left with 2 young children, one she was still breastfeeding. And so because of her husband passing, she set up this charity organisation, and she's been working towards developing a hospice. That is not necessarily how we will go, but if that is how it works, that we can support that, and that will bring about the hospice in the community. And this is a community-funded hospice. It is not a council-funded or a federal-funded or a government-funded hospice. This is a community-driven basis. Then we would like to be able to advocate for them so that they can get grant funding, support them, and we have the data to advocate with them if that's the way it goes. But we need the business case to know the best way to go in the future.
Sorry,
Mr. Ewan.
Just from there, have we been approached by any community-funded organisation or similar organisation indicating there is a demand or need to drive this or this proposal?
We as a city have not been approached by an organisation, but we have met with LJM Memorial Hospice, and we have spoken with them, but it is not driven by a community or a business entity. Councillor Huntley.
Madam Mayor, can I suggest that we do a procedural motion to bring this to forum? Because I know Kate myself and I know what she's trying to achieve, but I need to be really clear on where our end of mind is here, because we don't want to mislead her role that she is performing to gain a hospice.
Okay, do you have a seconder for your procedural motion, Councillor Coetzee? Okay, we will go to the vote for a procedural motion to defer it for further information. Councillors, cast your vote. Okay, the procedural motion is tied, and I am going to say no to the procedural motion. I'll do the casting vote. So I've got those who are against the procedural motion are myself, Councillor Treby, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Civic, Councillor Herridge and Councillor Berry. Those are for the procedural motion are Councillor Newen, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Parker, Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Smith. So the procedural motion has failed, so we are now to the substantive. Are there any further questions against the Councillor Berry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I can speak with experience on this. It would have been Dave's 59th birthday yesterday. He ended up in hospice care. It is available within the city of Wanneroo. I totally disagree, there isn't any. His hospice care was done at home. There is in-home hospice care. He was also offered Glengarry hospice care, which is in the Northern Corridor. LJM Group would go to Lottery West, or if they are going to set up as a service provider, they would get grant funding from state or federal government. There is also private health insurance that pays for these things. I do not believe it is needed within the city of Wanneroo to go and advocate. Having run community organisations, they advocate for themselves, they get the budget, they go to state government or federal government as a collective and advocate together. We're not advocating here to suddenly fix domestic violence, homelessness, child abuse or anything else, so I don't see why we'd advocate for just this one thing. I have also met Kate. We've had some conversations. If she gets that charity up and running, she could approach state government to be a registered charity and then be able to access funding from state government with a good business case of her own. We don't need to be involved in this, I'm sorry. There is absolute hospice care out there. I've just gone through the process. I'm well aware. Thank you.
Any speakers for? Okay, I'm going to do the right of reply. I'll speak for? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rowe.
Yeah, I'll speak for, Mayor. I didn't intend to, but I just will do so because my understanding is that we're involved in two different spaces, direct service provision and advocacy. This is not a space where we would be directly providing the service, but we certainly have a role of advocacy. And in your remarks, Mayor, you referred to some of the areas or facilities that we've advocated for in the past and continue to do so. One of the most fundamental parts about an advocacy project or strategy is to have reliable evidence and data to support that case. So a business case would be fundamental to that. So I think this is a credible motion on notice and I will support.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Do I have a speaker against? You've already spoken, Councillor Huntley. You don't get an opportunity to speak against. Question?
Yes. My question is, if we do this business case, where will it go? How will this help Kate? And what happens if we have a business case, we acknowledge the fact we need it, but we can't gain any funding, we can't do anything with it. We then hand it to, say, Kate, and then someone says to her, you have to do your own business case. What implications? I can't see where the end in mind of where this actually is going and how it's going to pan out for the betterment of this unless we go to the community and ask them what they want.
Well, this is part of what we're doing, but the business case is to be appropriated. Ms Terrelink, do you have a response to that?
Thank you, Mayor. So the intention would be that we would use the business case then to consider that as part of our advocacy agenda. As council members will be aware, each kind of few years we consider what our priorities are, and that the business case will certainly assist to firm up what we would be looking for in this space in terms of the provision of hospice service within the city, how that fits with the other priorities that we have, and provide us with the data that we need to support that advocacy should it become a priority either this time round or in future.
Through the Mayor, it's also worth perhaps clarifying that if Council decided to pursue this through this resolution, it wouldn't be for a specific provider of a hospice. It would be to identify the need for the hospice, potential models of a hospice, and who may be the best lead agency to then advocate for a hospice. But it wouldn't be for a specific provider.
question.
Councillor Huntley.
So if we do this for a hospice, would this open the floodgates for us to do it for child abuse and for mental health, for domestic violence? Should we be advocating for all of these things?
I believe that we already advocate for a lot of those things anyway. Ms Terrelink, Mr CEO, do you want to speak
through
to
you,
this?
Mayor, as Ms Terrelink highlighted in her answer previously, the city's advocacy agenda is determined by council. So council sets a direction for the advocacy agenda, and whatever council decides to include, the administration responds. The advocacy strategy is about to be presented to council. Our last advocacy agenda that council has supported has predominantly been focused on advocating for transport infrastructure in the main, so physical infrastructure. The discussion we wish to have with council on our new advocacy strategy will be more now focusing on services.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, and I think we'll close debate after this.
Thank you. I have two questions. So I just wanted to clarify, has council done before or voted for previously a business plan for advocacy purposes?
Mr CEO?
Yes.
So supplementary, I'd love to hear about what that was and any other examples of advocacy, because when I think of advocacy, it's more about writing and relationship building and speaking for. So if the council or administration can provide any other examples where we have provided substantial financial advocacy, that would be fantastic to hear. Thank you.
Mr CEO?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Certainly we can provide you our advocacy strategy that's been previously adopted by council and the Connect Wanneroo campaign that supported that advocacy strategy. Those advocacy campaigns were more focused on infrastructure. I'm not aware of a specific study that we have necessarily done in terms of services. I might just ask the Director of Community and Place whether council committed any consultancy to the homeless advocacy which led to the joint homeless strategy between the cities of Joondalup and Wanneroo.
Ms Terrelling?
Yes, through you, Mayor. So yes, there was consultancy involved when we developed the regional homelessness plan with the City of Joondalup. It's probably also worthwhile noting that the Council has previously endorsed 4 priorities under a wellbeing pillar, if you like, and that related to homelessness, family and domestic violence, a parent-child centre and also youth diversionary services, and they were adopted by Council, but they will be factored into the overall prioritisation of the advocacy strategy moving forward. But we have included or will be including within the advocacy strategy a new pillar of wellbeing, and then the decision will obviously be for council about what services fall within that wellbeing pillar.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Councillor Nguyen wanted to speak against.
Yes, and I understand this matter is close to your heart, Mayor, and my father was also a recipient of hospice care. He was diagnosed with terminal illness, and the hospital gave up on him, and he sort of died slowly at home. So I do appreciate the service that's provided by that was, I think, Silver Chain to my dad and at his home. I think this is a very important service to the community. I just don't think it's appropriate for the city to be involved in terms of providing a business case. As acknowledged by many earlier, that this is not the core business of council. While we already have an advocacy team that does these advocacy in the background, we don't need a separate budget to develop a business plan for a community-led hospice. My colleague, Councillor Berry, who understands this very well and has said earlier there are services available. And she knows as well because she is the CEO of a community-led, or was. Now, regardless, our core business, most people understand, is rates, roads, and rubbish, and that's something that we need to focus on. We have many complaints about these things, and that's something that we really need to improve on our game to reduce all these complaints from our community and focus on what we do best and leave the rest, including hospice, to the appropriate places, state, federal, and the hospitals and other service providers. It's not our job. $10,000, while that may be not a significant amount from the budget amount, but it's still a significant amount to anyone. Who in here would spend $10,000 of their money to fund that? I doubt anyone personally would do that. If you really care about it, I would invite you to do that. Now, anyone who has a terminal illness in a family member, the first thought is not simply, I need to contact council and ask for help because they are the directory, the connector, so where I need help. No, that's not their first place of call to get help. They would either be referred to by a hospital if they need help in terms of assistance. They may go to their state and federal representative, but not council. Council are not. Purpose is not about providing hospice care service or even advocate for this. While we can do this as what we do with other issues like homelessness, and it's great, and that's something that we can continue to do as part of our advocacy team. I just don't think we should be spending any money, and I'm not prepared to spend any money, even if it's $10,000, to fund something that is not council's core service. It's just not right. Focus on what we do best and leave the rest out.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Treby.
Thank you very much. Very, very happy to speak for, and if I can just start off by suggesting, and I'm quite happy to move this if you would consider putting it into your recommendation, that $10,000 could come from the councillor conference budget. That's typically underfunded, over budgeted and underused on an annual basis. I think there's likely to be $10,000 from that. So we could put that money toward a worthwhile approach simply from that budget item. But I will say this, councillors, this actually, and I absolutely support it because councillors, this is a leadership motion on notice. This is a position of leadership that we are elected to undertake. There were no concerns when we came up to talk about the homelessness strategy. It didn't get this sort of attention, which I find actually quite interesting. And that's been picked up by both ourselves and the City of Joondalup, and it's been supported by the state government. And that started as an advocacy process through a motion on notice. So this is actually a leadership position that's been advocated by Mayor Aitken, and I think it's very worthwhile. Having several members of my family go through palliative care processes, I too am absolutely aware of the locations that they went through, and I lived that. That's a lived experience for me, for both my direct and extended family. And unfortunately, some of those locations have now been closed through budget and commercial considerations. It's an important part of what we do for our community, and we need to remind ourselves that local government these days is a little bit more than rates, rubbish and roads. And to suggest that we only do rates, rubbish and roads doesn't really look too deeply into the budget allocations that we all consider every year. So, Madam Mayor, I would suggest that that $10,000, there'll be a budget there for it. I guarantee it's underspent. And anyway, I'd suggest that there is a far better place for that $10,000 to come from, to be put towards a business case that gives us the options about where we would focus that advocacy. To suggest that we'd seek to know the outcomes before we do the business case is a severe lack of understanding about what business cases are all about. I'm wholeheartedly supporting this.
Thank you. And yes, if you're happy to take it out of the conference budget, which we always have lots left over, don't we, Mr. CEO? I would support that. Include that in the recommendation. Councillor Civic.
I'd like to speak for it just very briefly, basically to say, whilst it's not core council business, it is going out there to the state and federal governments looking for opportunities where they may come and look on an advocacy basis to the city of Wanneroo and identify a site which could service the community centrally and be at the whim of the community should they need this particular service. So whilst it's $10,000, I understand that. It's not a lot of money, but some people spend a lot of money on big ticket items out there in the community, and $10,000 for this to explore, really to explore, because it's not our core business, to explore opportunities out there, maybe to attract an organisation that could bring a hospice to the city of Wanneroo. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Councillor Huntley, you've spoken to this item. Do you have a question?
I do, Madam Mayor, yes. I have a question in the fact that we've got the recommendation to endorse administration to engage a consultant. Is there a chance that we could change that we utilise the $10,000 to go towards a place that can actually utilise a business case, and we donate that $10,000 to them for a business case?
Ms Terrelink?
Through you, Mayor, we would have to consider what the appropriate processes would be to do that, whether it would fit with our community funding program, for example. If we made an allocation through the community funding program, there would need to be a process to ensure that the funds were being allocated appropriately.
And on this motion of notice, I wouldn't support it because it would be going to a specific provider, whereas in this case we are looking to find the best way and the best way of doing it. Councillor Wright, is this a question or a speaking against? Because
Question, Madam Mayor. It was just on a point. I didn't want to do a point of order because I wanted everyone to finish what they were saying. Deputy Mayor Treby made a few remarks around the conference budget, and I just find the comments were interesting, and I wanted to confirm from administration, who were the 3 councillors that went to Canberra this year that used that allocated budget that the council endorsed, which you guys did support the budget?
Mr CEO? Can I suggest that those details be taken on notice and that they can be looked at afterwards? Yes, Deputy Mayor Treby?
Oh, no, I need to do this formally because I'm going to suggest that it might be wise for Councillor Wright to consider withdrawing those comments. He may not wish to, I don't care, but with what happens, what my options are now, I need to give him the option of withdrawing through the chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Truby. Councillor Wright, do you withdraw your comment?
I'll withdraw my comment from the threat. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we've discussed this a lot and we've got a lot of questions. Councillor Smith, do you have anything new to bring to the debate?
Yeah, I've got a question. Thank you, Mayor. So I was just wanting to get some clarity from hearing tonight that there are some other service providers out there. So is there, I'm looking for the point of difference in terms of, is it the fact that this community hospice place is out of home, like you were talking about with one of your stories? And or is it about the cost? I don't know, is the community models that you were looking in Busselton, are they subsidised or are they free as they're community fundraised?
They're at cost, they're free to the community. But I think the answers to your questions will come in my closing statement. So therefore, I think we'll close the debate now. And I just want to say, first of all, Councillor Wright comment that we don't deal with aged care. Well, this isn't about aged care. Aged care is taken care of quite well through nursing homes and that, and their end-of-life care is taken care of quite well. It's, and as was discussed before, we are dealing with domestic violence, child abuse and homelessness through other advocacy programs that Council has supported in budget. It was also mentioned that there is hospice in the home and private health, but hospice in the home is not always efficient and well looked after. I have my granddaughter's grandmother is a registered nurse that looks after people in the home, and they have 3 nurses to look after people in the home from Two Rocks to Mandurah, and they cannot get to do their role. There is not enough to do it in a timely fashion. And it's all right if you have private health and can afford it, but a hospice is for whether people can afford it or not afford it. It is a humane place for everyone, no matter how much money they have. And so therefore, if you've got private health cover and you can afford the extra, that's good. But not everyone can afford private health cover and can afford the extra. And not everyone wants their home hospice. They don't want to be at home, but they want to feel like they're at home, so that if they want to celebrate a birthday, they can celebrate a birthday and there's not the treatment options. This is when there is no aggressive treatment to prolong life. This is what this is for, and this is advocating to see if what is the best for our community, and it's already in place in Albany, it's already in place in Busselton, it's already in place in the United Kingdom, it's already in place in Canada, and we don't have it here in the metropolitan area in Perth. We used to have this principle in Cottage Hospice at Shenton Park, we used to have it at Hollywood where I worked under hospice care there, and it was appropriate. We need to provide options. Not everyone wants the same form of care at the end of their life. We need holistic care and to be able to look after people at their best and at their worst, and look after families who are grieving, because it's about bereavement care for families as well. So, councillors, I ask that you support my motion on notice and please cast your vote now. And it's carried 7 yes and 5 no. So those who voted no were Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry and Councillor Coetzee. Those that supported the motion on notice was myself, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Parker, Councillor Treby, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Svitten and Councillor Smith. Thank you, councillors. We move on to the next item on the agenda, which is Councillor Wright's motion on notice for the service level plans. Councillor Wright, do you have a seconder for your motion on notice?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to your motion on notice, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I do find it quite ironic of administration's comment towards one of our critical functions as a councillor. And I would like to use a quote that this is a leadership motion, and that things that we are elected to do, and that is responsible financial budgeting, managing and allocating financial resources as well as physical assets resources. Particularly, this motion is about improving our budgeting process. I know when I was first elected, I did find the budgeting process very confusing, and I do understand that from a state and federal point of view, they do plan via department/agencies, and I think an equivalent for local government would be by service unit level. I understand that this template, which was came out from the City of Swan, I have had conversations with Councillor Aaron Bowman, who was talking to me about the success of the implementation of these service plans and the amount of support towards a budget increased since adopting those plans. And we can understand that councillors have a lot of questions. It is a complex process. However, this motion also enables the community and ratepayers, gives them the information as to what goes into a budget and what allocation, resources and finance, but also how what is the net performance of each service unit level area. So how much revenue do we get out of a service unit level area? How much expenditure do we spend on that particular area? I understand not every service unit level area makes money, which is understandable, but I do think for us going forward, it's a critical way of being able to understand future resource allocation and financials. I will be, with the consent of Councillor Berry, incorporating my new recommendation, which was provided to everyone this morning via email, which addresses some of admin's concerns. I understand that my first recommendation will be to prepare the new service plans for next year's budget. And then the second recommendation in plain terms is to continue using this as a way going forward. However, it enables the council to see fit if it wants to move away from the City of Swan template or continue to use it depending on its success. However, the first year is bound by the City of Swan template in attachment 1 to provide to see if it is successful. And then the third recommendation is to obviously release this to resident and ratepayers to provide justification as to where our money goes within the service unit level area, but also gives the information to elected members and residents and ratepayers of understanding what makes up a service unit level area, what goes into it, how that fits in with the strategic budget plan and also the corporate business plan. I did want to address some of administration's points, which I do find interesting, considering that we found $10,000 for something else. But just in regards to the corporate business plan, there seems to be some confusion as to this seems to be replicating this document. However, this is an additional fact sheet snapshot that is easy and digestible for a community member or a new council member that would come in to be able to understand the process. I do take the comment from administration of the inclusion of FTE. However, every single council, and it seems to be an industry trend going forward and looks like it will be adopted in part of the reforms, is every council to have a workforce plan. And I find it interesting that we still haven't released our workforce plan, and after requesting it numerous times, we finally have one available to council members. And a lot of councils, including the city, our good friend the City of Nedlands, also has a workforce plan that is published. And I think this provides a lot of information for understanding what services we contract out, but also gives a indication as to what resources and financials are required to...
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Point of order.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
And on this point of order, I need to ask for clarification on that last example. And in order to do so, I think it's appropriate that we clear the gallery because it'll be confidential.
Yes, I vote that we go behind closed doors. Can I have a mover to go behind closed doors? Deputy Mayor Treby, do I have a seconder? Councillor Herridge? Because he referred to Nedlands.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but all due respect, I was outlining some examples of local government that have adopted a workforce plan. And I know Bayswater, the City of Swan, the City of Nedlands, the City of Joondalup, City of Stirling, City of Perth also have workforce plans out in the public arena.
Deputy Mayor Treby, do you still want to go behind closed doors?
I do.
Okay. I have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors to discuss this item, and I will have to ask that the directors leave if we go behind. Can we go to a vote to go behind closed doors on this item, please? And the procedural motion to go behind closed doors is passed. Could all of the directors, just Ms Cope, Coles, will you stay, please? Could every other director and manager please leave?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Staff matters. We need to go off air because we're behind closed doors. Councillor Wright, would you like to continue your statement, please?
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. So just in wrap-up of this motion on notice, the process, what we have at the moment is sufficient. We've done there is a lot of work that needs to go into the process, don't get me wrong, but this is an additional mechanism that will be able to just enable us to be able to understand the organisation a lot better and provide better financial outcomes for the ratepayers and residents, and being able to understand at a service unit level how that works. And I guess that would really complement the service review working committee in regards to obviously working at a particular service, but we don't have anything bridging that gap between the corporate business plan and the service review committee. And I believe that would be a pinnacle document to be able for the service review committee, when getting ready to decide its next particular services, we can look at those fact sheets and go, oh look, I think this service review may need an improvement. It is supposed to be an easy to read and digestible document for everyone, and I take administration's points on board with developing this year's already adopted budget. I've taken that into consideration, and that's why I've moved as it incorporated my new motion to work on next year's one. I believe it's not going to be backbreaking for administration to be able to gather this information, as I know some of it already is in the corporate business plan, but it's to be able to reformat that into an easy and digestible format for both community access, but also to be able for us to use, and particularly with a new council coming on board, I think it's really appropriate that we have easy to read materials for new elected members to understand what a particular service unit does. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Mayor Aitken.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Aitken. I support this motion basically because, as Councillor Wright says, other councils are using service plans. They're using them successfully. Mainly the City of Swan has been highlighted as the one template for us to use, and it will assist with the understanding for all, ourselves, residents, ratepayers, community people. I just think it will make the process more clear and provide more clarity. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Do I have a speaker against this item? Deputy Mayor Treby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The process that's being referred to is called IPR, and it's integrated reporting, planning reporting, and it's to be mandated for all local governments to be undertaking this process. They're not all the same. The City of Swan has a template. Other local governments have different templates. If you were to look at a benchmark, your benchmark might well be the City of Stirling. They've been doing it for much longer, and they are much more effective at demonstrating how their processes are done. I certainly agree there is going to need to be a change. I agree that the reporting down on by service level and service plan, I think is absolutely the way it's got to go, which is why we have a services review committee. We have a committee that's actually specifically set up to undertake this very process. And I note this hasn't come anywhere near the Services Review Committee, not by discussion, not as a recommendation. And I think it's also important to note that it is it's an approach, because council's role is to allocate resources and funds and also set policy. That is absolutely true, but it's certainly not the case that we get to direct administration on how they shall do it. That is actually up to the Chief Executive Officer of the day. And given that we are in that interesting process of gravitating from one very effective Chief Executive Officer through to our future, I think a more appropriate time would be to allow the new leadership to determine and develop a an approach on how this should occur, because it's ultimately that person who gets judged on its performance and its inclusion. I would feel much more comfortable with this being referred back to the very committee that is set up to determine exactly what we do and how we do it.
Councillor Truby, do you want a procedural motion to
I'm
refer it back to the
happy to
commission?
move that way, actually.
And Councillor Civic seconded. Okay, so we're going to a procedural motion to move this to the Service Review Committee.
Just a time, like, by December or by March.
What time do you want it referred to the Service Review Committee by? The next available meeting? So the mover of the procedural motion is Deputy Mayor Treby, the seconder is Councillor Civic, and because it's a procedural motion, we will go straight to the vote.
Madam Mayor, question, what was the time frame?
The next available meeting, next Service Review Committee meeting.
Question, do we know when that meeting is scheduled? Like, is it quarterly? Is it going to be in a month's time?
First of all, this isn't a debate. We are going straight, it's a procedural motion and there is no debate on the procedural motion. We go straight to the procedural motion and with no debate. Councillor Rowe, you haven't voted.
No, you have 6-6 now.
6-6. We've got 6-6 again. And so I will support the procedural motion. So those who are against the procedural motion was Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry, Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Rowe. And for the procedural motion was myself, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Parker, Councillor Treby, Councillor Civic and Councillor Smith. Okay, so that will go straight to the next Service Review Committee meeting.
Which I think is the 4th of September.
Which is the 4th of September, the CEO thinks. Okay, so we move on to the next item, which is the motion to revoke Council Resolution SC S010823. Do I have a mover and seconder for the revocation motion? Moved Councillor Nguyen, seconded Councillor Coetzee. Okay, I'll read the revocation. Oh, the CEO will read the revocation motion out.
Thank you, Mayor. Just because our standing orders require that if the original mover is not moving the motion, then the CEO must read the revocation motion. Before doing that, on behalf of myself and the executive, I also pass on my condolences to the Baker family on the sad passing of Chris Baker. The revocation motion reads as follows: that Council notes that Councillors Chris Baker, Helen Berry, Sonette Coetzee, Jackie Huntley, Vin Nguyen and Bronwyn Smith have signed a motion to revoke the decision made on item SC S010823, project update, former Queen's Rock Caravan Park site at the special council meeting held on the 1st of August 2023. Item 2 revokes by absolute majority the following decisions of council made at the special council meeting held on the 1st of August 2023, SC S010823 as detailed below. Moved Councillor Parker, seconded Councillor Herridge. Substantiated motion as amended. That Council 1 acknowledge and confirms the City's appreciation for the significant community response to the recent engagement process in relation to Lot 211 Queen's Road, Mindari, which included stakeholder and local residents meetings and a survey. 2, request administration, A, develops a sense of place statement as described in the administration report for the Queen's Rock and Mindari local area. B, prepares a plan of subdivision to execute bushland areas from Lot 211 Queen's Road, Mindari, with the exercised area to be subject to land survey to consider the status of the adjacent unconstructed road reserve and to exclude the existing drainage sump referred to in item 2D. and vest that land in the state as a Crown land under a management order to the city for the purpose of conservation, and advocate with the state to categorise that land as a Class A reserve, with the balance of the land not vested in the Crown to be retained by the city in freehold. C, continues to work with Queen's Mindari Surf Club Incorporated in relation to supporting the club's current and future needs, including developing a facilities plan. And D, investigate the feasibility of constructing additional parking in the location of the city's drainage sump in Lot 211, Queen's Road, Mindari. 3, approves in principle proceeding with private treaty negotiations for an agreement for lease and a ground lease as a disposal under Section 3.58 of the Local Government Act 1995 WA with Ecotourism Proprietary Limited, ACN 669182709, as trustee for the Queen's Resort Unit Trust for the development of an ecotourism cafe and event space proposal on the footprint of the vacant former Queen's Rock Caravan Park, with the lease to include provisions ensuring community access. 4, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or nominee of the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate terms, including for the ground lease conditions to enhance community amenity and access to the lease site, execute all documentation and comply with all applicable legislation as is required to effect item 3 above, noting that the execution of an agreement for lease and a ground lease remains subject to item 5 below. 5, note, subject to the lease negotiations in item 4 being finalised and the city publishing a local public notice of the proposed disposal by lease in accordance with Section 3.58 of the Local Government Act 1995 WA, a further report will be submitted to Council after the last day for submissions in response to that local public notice to consider A, all submissions received in response to the local public notice, with the report to include the text of those submissions, excluding confidential and commercially sensitive information, and B, whether to proceed with the agreement for lease and ground lease. 6, approve the city signing in its capacity as a freehold landowner of Lot 211 Queen's Road, Mindari, a development application for the proposal described in item 3 on the basis that if the development application is approved, possession of the site and construction of the development must not occur until Council has resolved to proceed with the agreement for lease and ground lease under item 5, and the agreement for lease and ground lease has been signed by all parties. 7, notes, before the city signs, in its capacity as freehold landowner of Lot 211 Queen's Road, Mindari, a development application under item 6. The draft development application and supporting documents will be presented to Council for comment prior to formal submission to the Western Australian Planning Commission.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, do you want to speak to the revocation motion?
Yes, thank you. This revocation motion was originally moved by Councillor Chris Baker, who is no longer with us, and I'm pleased to and proud to replace him as the mover of this motion. The motion is intended to revoke the item that was held at the special council meeting 2 weeks ago, as read out by the CEO. It's an opportunity for councillors who voted for the motion in the past to reconsider and reflect on their decision, to consider what the community sentiment has been. We've had at least, I think, two council meetings where this room has been filled full. There was so much passion, so much anger from the result. And at that time, council voted 7-7 with our mayor putting forward the casting vote. And I thought that would have been a good opportunity for us, given that it was a 50-50 split, to really consider whether this proposal is right for the community. It wasn't a unanimous vote, and there were at least 50% of the councillors who felt there was a community need for a public open space. and their voice needed to be heard, and it was not appropriate for this development to go through. So now we have this second chance to give the community a voice to be heard and to consider. And I understand some of my colleague who has signed the revocation motion may consider also changing their mind. And I respect your decision in any event, but let me make this clear. Regardless of whether Councillor Chris Baker is here or not, the community voice has not changed. Their need hasn't changed, whether Councillor Baker is here. We need to honour and respect that. We need to honour what Councillor Chris Baker wanted to do, and also honour and respect what our community is asking for, a public open space. Because it's not a majority, and I had so many calls after that meeting, why was it the case that it was 7-7 and it still proceeded? And I have to explain the reason for that, and not because the mayor had to vote. It was part of the procedure that allows for that casting vote. And they were confused, and obviously they were unhappy with that. So I asked our councillors to consider and reflect on the decision that we made last 2 weeks. Because if we make this wrong choice, we can't go back. I know that some of you may consider, well, we've got the lease negotiation stage, and if that fails, then we can go back. Well, that is not the case. Now, there was, I know, a request was made to delay this motion so that is to be heard after October election, so that it doesn't bind the council, especially the elected members who may be elected after that. And I thought that would have been an appropriate way to deal with this, but that request was not agreed to. Now, if anyone who considered appropriate to put a procedural motion to do that on this day, I will wholly support it. Now, again, I don't want to rehash what was said, but we need to act in the community's best interest. There were a significant number of residents within the North Ward, within the Central Ward, even with...
Councillor Nguyen, you have had 5 minutes. We will need a vote for you to extend to 10 minutes. Do I have a mover and seconder to extend for 10 minutes? That's Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Huntley. We will take a vote on an extension, whether we allow the extension. That was carried, 10 yes, 2 no. 2 noes of Deputy Mayor Treby and Councillor Herridge. You have another 5 minutes, and then after that you need to cease your argument, Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, thank you. Look, I won't take much of your time because this is an important issue to our community, and I just urge you to reconsider your decision, or at least consider delaying this so that a new group of councillors after the election can make the right choice, what is in the best interest of our community. Now, this community deserves better. They deserve to be represented by our councillors on here, regardless of how we feel, and we need to act in that best interest. I cannot see any reason why we should be giving public open space to a private company for mediocre rent. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't benefit the community at all, even with public access. There are growing concerns and there are growing needs of the Surf Lifesaving Club that needs to grow, needs space, and the community needs a place for public open space. There's a growing population in the Queen's Rock, and we need that space. So please reconsider, reflect on your decision whether Councillor Baker is here or not. The community needs is still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. I just want to clarify something because you talked about deferring this item, but we are actually bound by standing orders, and Ms Coles, our governance officer, will clarify the standing orders for this thing.
You can move a procedural motion to defer the revocation motion, but under the standing orders that would require an absolute majority decision of council, and the relevant clause is 6.1 subsection 10 of the city's standing orders, and it would be a procedural motion, so it would be moved second and voted on straight away. There would be no discussion.
Further, Madam Mayor,
Mr.
can I just clarify perhaps the question from Councillor Nguyen as to why it is on tonight's agenda. It is purely on tonight's agenda because the notice of motion by former Councillor Baker requested it to be either scheduled for the 15th of August ordinary council meeting or a special council meeting called for. A date's been announced by the CEO. As CEO, I had no reason why it wasn't ready to present it on the 15th of August, as the reason for the revocation didn't raise anything that required further investigation. So therefore, it was capable and was duly placed on the agenda as requested by the mover.
Thank you. We will now go to the seconder of the motion to speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The recent months, especially the last fortnight, have been challenging and stressful for all of us. We held 2 lengthy special meetings here and faced many residents who opposed the glamping proposal. The proposal was carried and a motion to revocation was submitted to seek another opportunity to address this issue, and here we are. The future of Fred Stubbs project depends on the current council members. The opinions may vary over time. The WOE coastline is facing a serious threat of erosion, which will require more funding to address. However, this problem worsens. Securing adequate resources from external sources will become more difficult. This will put the burden on the local governments, who will have to pay for the protection and restoration of the beaches. The groin works have not prevented the beach interface from changing over time. This is a natural process that will persist in the future. The beach interface is influenced by many factors, such as waves, tides, currents, and sediment supply. The loss of the actual beach will push people to the surf club quicker than the loss of the car park. The erosion of the sandy shore at Fred Stubbs will have a greater impact on the visitors' behaviour than the parking space reduction. Many people will opt to the surf club as an alternative destination where they can enjoy the water activities and the amenities. In my opinion, the only way to preserve the beach is to eliminate the car park in the future. Another factor will increase the demand for the surf club as the lack of public transport to Fred Stubbs. I've heard that the park at the beach is a valuable asset for the local community in our city, that our residents love their beach lifestyle, places where they can play, have a picnic and have a game of volleyball. Communities need spaces to meet, share, enjoy and be proud of. A park at the beach can also enhance the area's natural beauty and environmental quality. A park at the beach can attract more visitors, tourists, boosting the local economy and creating more opportunities for businesses and residents. A park at the beach can foster a sense of pride and identity for people of the city of Wanneroo who can enjoy the benefits of living near the coast. The city of Wanneroo have invested heavily in some assets that are not relevant to the Queens-Mandari area, that received a lump sum of money in the upgrades and maintenance but do not generate much revenue. These projects were backed by a previous North Coast ward because they enhanced the well-being of the community, not because they were profitable. A glamping project with limited public space would only serve a narrow group of customers and visitors, neglecting the wider community's needs and preferences. A well-maintained and accessible public area, park and parking, on the other hand, would draw more people to that destination and benefit more diverse range of users. I urge you, my dear fellow councillors, to carefully consider your decision this evening. The outcome of your vote, the outcome of our vote, will have lasting implications for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Do I have a speaker against? Did you have a question? Did you, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. I just had a question for clarification for our Executive Governance Manager and yourself, Mayor. I know that you quoted standing orders. How would that work if we were to suspend standing orders and move a motion to then defer? How does that work? And is that in breach of the regulations or the Act?
So within the standing orders, you can suspend standing orders for specific reasons, but I don't think you can suspend the standing orders to suspend a part of the standing orders that's contained within it.
But if, for example, if there was a suspension of that specific clause that refers to a revocation motion, needing to obviously be presented without, unless there's the majority or whatever the case was, the absolute majority, that suspension of that clause then allows for that to be delayed, is my question. So is that then in breach of any act or regulation that is bound by this council? Because we are suspending that local law or that particular clause in the local law.
So within the city's local law, there isn't an option to suspend the whole of the local law. So, for instance, if you look at section 5.8, limitation on members speaking, there's a specific subsection that says council may suspend the operation of this clause during debate on a motion. So there's certain parts of the city's local law that can be suspended, but you can't suspend the whole thing.
No, so just in clarification, so for example, I think it's 6.1, which is on page 27 of our standing orders law. There's obviously specific sections within there. So on page 29, 6.10, which is a motion that a revocation motion be deferred is only to be carried by a decision of absolute majority. If we were to suspend that clause, that removes the absolute majority and enables council to take a vote to defer without the absolute majority clause.
But there's no reference within that clause to say that you can suspend that clause.
So does that mean any suspending of standing orders that we've moved both at this meeting and in the past is actually invalid because we don't have that in our standing orders?
You have there's specific sections within this local law that you can suspend. So if you've suspended standing orders in accordance with those sections, then that would be valid.
So is there a particular list that's available to elected members as to what clauses within our local law that we can suspend in our standing orders? Because I haven't seen one and I haven't been privy to any information about the Act or the regulations as to what specific clauses. My understanding was we could suspend anything that is within the local law, because that was council can overturn that because we created the local law. So my understanding is any particular point, like you just said with that particular clause, so if I was to suspend 6 610, which is a motion that a revocation motion be deferred, and that was carried by council, that then removes that component, which enables us to then defer the item without an absolute majority, if granted by council, to suspend that. And that requires a simple majority, not an absolute majority, to move a suspension of standing orders. Because if council then grants that, then it's not we're not breaching our own local law, because we have suspended that particular clause that allows that.
Can I just ask, that local law is a gazetted law that has been approved, and because it's a gazetted law, we can't overturn the law, because if we overturn the law, then it has to be gazetted by the state government. So we can't overturn a gazetted law. Within that, we would have to change it, and it would have to be gazetted and approved. That's the impression I would get from the way it's done. Is that correct, Ms.
Yes, so
Coles?
there is provisions within that local law to suspend certain clauses of the local law, and that's been approved by council, and it's been approved by the Joint Standing Committee as well.
Is it possible to request some information at a later date that can be circulated to council members on that particular point?
Ms. Herridge, Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak?
Can I just clarify, what is the purpose for delaying?
Would the mover like to clarify the reason for delaying?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, the delay allows for councillors who may be elected in the next council meeting to make decisions that affect the council and the community. If we make the decision now, it may not reflect a newly constituted council at the next election. So that delay allows that to happen.
Councillor Herridge, did you want to make a comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. With all due respect, this has been going on 10 plus years. I know myself, I've been around this table for nearly 2 years myself. This has been hard enough. It's hard enough on our staff, it's hard enough on all of ourselves. I cannot understand why we would wait to put new elected members possible elected members just coming in, brand new, 5 modules in, to deal with what we've just done over the last X amount of months. Would not be any way appropriate for those new members, let alone ourselves and staff.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge. Is there speakers against this? Deputy Mayor Treby.
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. And I agree. And just on that last point, I think it's important to note that we actually have a lawful responsibility to deal with matters that are in front of us and not to pass it on to a future council. We have an obligation and we have duties, because I want to talk about duties this evening. I want to talk about duties, and I want to talk about relevant considerations, because there are a couple of things, and I'm not going to go back and re-debate what's happened previously. But suffice to say, and I think Councillor Herridge has absolutely hit the nail on the head, this has been going on for at least, gosh, more than 10 years, I think, for a long time. But successive councils have provided a strategic position to administration. Successive councils and successive councillors have sat around this table and have provided a specific direction to administration to undergo a process to seek commercial expressions of interest for essentially services that are aligned to caravans, parks or the like. Successive councils. It just wasn't this council in the last 2 years. Successive councils and successive councillors have done that. Administration haven't been given a direction to consider public open space. That's come up in the past 6 months. There is no lawful direction from council to say to administration, halt this,
We now think we need to go down the public open space path. So it leads me to a couple of things. And I too have had a number of calls from many people, and I've spoken to many people I know that actually live in the city. And strangely enough, and they're part of the broader community of the city of Wanneroo, they are people within the district. And I want to go back to that specific term in a sec, because we should all know about it. We took the oath. And the principle of agency is included in the oath of office. And the oath of office said that we must look after the interests of the people in the district, right? That's everybody. So we just can't wipe those people off. So that's an important one. The second one is our duty to make sure that we provide procedural fairness to an applicant or someone who puts a position forward to council. We have that duty, and we hold those duties and conduct those duties on behalf of the residents, those people who elect us. And it's the applicant has a reasonable expectation that his application is going to be heard on its merits, and council won't consider things that are not relevant to those considerations. At that meeting, and indeed even on the revocation motion, it speaks about a particular outcome that wasn't on the table. There is nothing that said vote for this or vote for that. We only had information on the table as part of the process to look at what was put forward by Mr. Percival. Things that weren't relevant considerations. And this is what concerns me, because going down this path, and it is of note with some of the speakers previously that we should be making the right decision. You actually make a lawful decision, because part of this is that there is, I think, potentially a case that Mr. Percival hasn't been given his considerations on its merits in fairness and equity, because some of it was determined by irrelevant considerations. The extension or possible extension of the surf club is an irrelevant consideration on what we were needing to deal with. The potential for a public open space, which has never been a strategic direction or a strategic position adopted by this council, was not a relevant consideration. I'm concerned, deeply concerned, that he may well have a case, because his position has been argued on irrelevant considerations, and it's probably actionable. So we have to bear in mind, other than what some may have seen as potentially popular, because we have a very loud section of the community who some will say, it's the community, we've got to listen to them. I listened to those people who came and spoke with me and said, A, we think this is a great idea and something to be proud of, and B, a whole heap of people said, it strikes us that if you're going to look at diversifying your revenue base, such as we do at the Tamala Park Regional Council, and we'll bring in about $70 or $80 million, diversifying your revenue base because that reduces the pressure on rates, that's also a good thing. So they're relevant considerations. And with respect to the reasons for the revocation, and I will be taking a closer look at this at times and locations other than outside of this meeting. They are all based on irrelevant considerations to the item and the matter that was in front of us, that we had an obligation to deal with lawfully, give reasons, provide procedural fairness, and it needed to be meet all of those obligations under law and under the Administrative Review Council.
about administrative law and those things that need to be conducted under administrative law. So I can't support the revocation motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Do I have a question? Question, Councillor Ewan. Remember, you're not speaking to the item. It's just a question. Straight to the question, please.
Just question. And I do appreciate legal advice given by our Deputy Mayor about administrative law.
Please ask the question.
I want to ask our in-house lawyer. Now, there was reference to Mr. Percival having a case against council, and it was actionable, something potentially that council may be liable for. Can you just explain if there was any possibility that was alerted to by our Deputy Mayor?
Mr Greer, could you please respond to that question from Councillor Nguyen, please?
Through you, Mayor. I think the comments from Deputy Mayor Councillor Treby related to the administrative process. I can comment on the legal agreement that the city has with the proponent, which there isn't one right now.
There isn't one, or there is one?
Councillor Nguyen, please do not interrupt our acting director while he is responding to your question. Let him finish the whole question first, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the request for clarification. The item remains as it was when presented to Council 2 weeks ago, in that there is no lease. What administration was seeking was, amongst other things, Council's resolution to progress with lease negotiations. That had been unable to occur. So there is no formal legal agreement with the proponent that would cause breach of contract or anything of that sort if the city resolved not to proceed. As to administrative matters, I guess that's probably more a governance question around Council's procedures and its implementation of good governance.
Ms Coles, would you have a response to that question from Councillor Nguyen?
I think it relates to the administrative law that could you just explain what part of admin law is relevant to this?
For you, Mayor, I think it's probably an unfair question to ask the Executive Manager of Governance and Legal without notice. I think Councillor Treby is providing his view on what is good governance and has provided supporting statements to articulate his point of view. I think it's unfair to ask administration to comment on a statement from an elected member.
Okay, is that a question? Okay, Councillor Wright, you may speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had a long, hard reflection on this, and I think for me, coming from a tourism background, I've known many cases where if the local community is not on board, it adds an extra barrier. I know that's not a planning consideration, I get that, but I'm just talking from a normal person who lives in a residential suburb. However, valid planning considerations and things that you can talk about: loss of any community service or benefit, adequacy of services including infrastructure, public utilities, waste collection and end-of-trip facilities such as toilets and showers, healthy and safety concerns, environmental impacts such as air and water pollution, erosion or land degradation, the compatibility of the proposal within its setting and any social impacts of the proposal, cultural and built heritage values, access and car parking arrangements proposed, and amenity impacts including traffic, noise, light and odour, impact to streetscapes, overshadowing, privacy and overlooking. And the last point is the design of the proposal including height, bulk, scale and appearance. These are all valid planning considerations and certainly can be used by any ratepayer, resident or elected member. And this was actually given to me at the council member inductions hosted by the Department of Local Government, who had I believe it was Melissa Shaw, please don't quote me on that one, but a very renowned planning expert who gave me this cheat sheet, and I use it to this very day on planning issues of what are considered valid and what isn't considered valid. And I do understand, and I take Deputy Mayor Treby's points on board around behaviour of individuals or conduct, hearsay, anecdotal evidence, better proposal, objections on religious, moral, ethical backgrounds, right to a view, petitions, that planning is not a popularity contest. I'll take all those on board. However...
Sorry, point of order. And, okay, it'll be a point of clarification.
On what clause of the standing orders, Deputy Mayor Treby?
The point of clarification is the points that I've just been attributed to have said I did not say.
Tracked those comments.
Not tonight, but it has been in previous meetings on the same subject matter. But I will retract that if Deputy Mayor would like me to retract that.
Thank you.
It's retracted. Just in regards to the revocation motion, I believe I understand that councils from the past have made decisions, but I understand the interests of the community and those considerations do change over time, just like my viewpoint on this issue has changed over time, and I understand that. And I understand that there is a process that definitely needs to be closed and closed for the proponent to be able to understand that, what are the expectations going forward. But I don't believe that other avenues which have been brought up by the community, and there's been multiple, don't get me wrong, that are worth exploring to be able for council to understand what those future strategic objectives are going to be. I understand that the views of the community change over time. I understand that it's been 12 years. I understand that significant resources have been invested into this topic. However, at the same time, I understand, and coming from a tourism background, that these things don't work without the community support on board. And I understand whether it be a small part of the community, a large part of the community, if it's gotten to this point, then obviously we need to re-look, why not have both? Why don't we close the process and recommend other spots in the city and have a park? I mean, there are plenty of developers and zoning of land of where alternative accommodation uses could be. Open up a new EOI process and encourage Mr Percival to apply. There are plenty of other considerations that we still haven't really been briefed on, and that makes it frustrating for me to be able to base my decision on possible other ideas that haven't been explored yet, which have been requested at the community. And I know from council perspective has been requested, I know it has been defeated, but unfortunately without all that information, it just makes it harder to be able to vote on those particular, or the particular issue we're talking about now, being the Quinns Caravan Park. I've just really encouraged that I understand that everyone has different views on this issue. Everyone has different considerations of what they're considering for this, applicant, or this proposal, I should say. And I think we all just need to be respectful going forward and actually understanding the process. And I think I understand that not everyone is up to date with the planning system. I'm not from a planning background, so for me it's a continuation of learning. I understand that there have been nasty things said about each other, and it just needs to stop. It's a toxic environment, and it just needs to stop. I understand there is a lot at stake for this particular proposal, but I think we just need to be respectful going forward, and that is why I'll be supporting the revocation motion, because it allows the council then to make a new decision on going forward what it intends to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I have a question from Councillor Herridge.
Just a quick one, Mayor. This may seem quite strange, but can I ask the definition of our revocation motion? I believe it is for new information to come to light, not to re-debate the old substantive, amended substantive.
Ms Coles.
The definition in the standing orders means a motion to revoke or change a decision made at a council meeting. And it's to, obviously, wishing to move, you provide it in writing, the decision proposed, specify the decision to be changed or revoked, and include reason or reasons for the revocation motion.
No.
No, the discussion should be on the actual revocation motion and reasons for the revocation motion. It shouldn't reopen debate on the substantive issue that was decided previously by council.
So, just a question, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Rowe.
You outlined two options being one change and one, what was the other option, sorry, that you just read out?
So a revocation motion can be a motion to revoke or change a decision made at a council meeting. So the current motion that we have is to revoke the decision of council.
Right,
That's what
so
was
if
provided.
it was to change a recommendation, then arguments to change a council decision can be stated in terms of for or against. Is that correct?
Yeah, reasons to change, but that
Yep.
would be it. The motion would have been written to change the decision, and
Yep.
you would put your reasons for the change and then what you were proposing in that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, speakers against, Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll put it simply. My comments can be summed up in 4 areas: precedent, rationale, risk and relationships. The first, precedent. I've been in this place for 2 years. I have seen no motions of revocation. I saw one that was potential because someone pushed the wrong button in this place, but that was exceptional circumstances. I've seen a matter of consideration of urgent business when there was a proposal for a Woolworths in Two Rocks. So in 2 years, I've never seen a revocation motion be tabled to the floor. There was one on a matter that I can't speak about prior to my election, in the meeting prior to that, and I remember that being a divisive issue. So precedent-wise, to not see one in 2 years means that there needs to be a mechanism for how it is used, and the fact that it has been used so sparingly, to me, demonstrates that it is not something that is used just for any old reason. Rationale. I've read and I have given consideration to the reasons that were put forward in the motion. I read them carefully, in a detailed way. I gave it all the respect that it deserved, and I do not believe it reaches the threshold in my mind. To me, and this is personal, it would be that I would need to see the revocation demonstrating that new, urgent, critical information has come to light that was not available at the special council meeting. And what I read from the revocation motion, if I'm correct, is that the outcome was not favourable to those who signed it. And in my mind, that doesn't reach the threshold required. I've read it. It's my personal reflection on what the revocation motion is. The third item I want to talk about is risk, both in a reputational sense, and there was an earlier discussion around deferral, and I'd echo Councillor Herridge's comments. Dealing with this now, Councillor Smith is the councillor with probably, and I don't mean this in a rude way, the least experience. You came on in December last year, so you've been in the position now for anywhere up to 8 to 10 months. To inflict this sort of decision on a council that may look completely different to this one within their first several months of office, I do not understand how that could align with good governance. I do not understand it. And from a reputational risk perspective, I think the long enduring debate around this has certainly taken its toll on every stakeholder connected in this process, and that includes the administrative staff. There's been some comments that have been said to me that it is part of their job. I don't believe calling into question the integrity of council members or proponents or administrative staff is part of anyone's job. It shouldn't have to be. And the final point I want to talk about is relationships. I find it very disappointing that I have seen the destruction of relationships over this issue, given that my relationships with people have been based on respect and always looking towards their integrity. I have thought that you can disagree without being disagreeable, But that has not been the case throughout this issue. And to hear some of the comments that have gone around attacking the integrity of councillors who supported this motion, I couldn't have been more disgusted in that. I'll leave my comments there because that's where I don't want to say anything I'll regret.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Berry, do you want to speak for this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've only got a couple of points to make, really. I just want to acknowledge, after hearing earlier, we heard tonight about how respectful the residents in the South Ward are. I note tonight community members from the Central West Ward and Central West have sat here quietly and respectfully for over 4 hours. I think they deserve some recognition for that tonight. It isn't just the South Ward residents that are respectful residents. I think from a resident perspective, they feel the survey was misleading as they were asked questions about community open space. Mr. Percival himself has also changed his plans on several occasions, and the last meeting saw yet another diagram and another design come to council. And in the 2 years I've been here, I've never seen so many residents in the chamber twice, and we haven't had such hefty petitions. I don't want to say any more other than I did agree earlier that we would make a statement so the residents listening in understand what a revocation motion is, why we need overall majorities, and just a few facts. So I'll make this statement in regard to item NN030823, motion to revoke Council Resolution SCS010823, so the community understand the Council rules and the standing orders we work under. I want to explain the revocation motion and procedural motions that have been subject to debate tonight and in recent days.
Councillor Berry, this statement I would rather the governance officer make, and she does have that in mind, and I thank you for reminding us about it. Ms Coles, will you please make the statement about this?
Thank you.
Yeah. How revocation motions work and procedural motions work.
I've got one other point to make, and the community are quite rightly upset that this week a beachside community park was opened, and I think it was quoted as a vital beachside community park for good mental health. I've been asked, why is it okay for Alcomos to get one and not Quins? And the last point I'd make, under the revocation rules, this can actually be brought back in 3 months' time. So I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon, considering we have got a divided council, and I take Councillor Rowe's point, it is causing division. The quicker we agree and put it to bed, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Ms Coles, will you speak to the definitions of how rescission motion works, absolute majority and procedural motions? Thank you.
In relation to a motion to revoke a decision of council, so the motion has to be presented 7 days in advance to the CEO. It has to be moved and signed by a third of the members of council. That was done, so the motion has been brought to council. The second stage of the matter is during the council meeting, the motion requires a mover and a seconder before the motion can be discussed, and that was obtained tonight. Any discussion on the revocation motion is to be limited to the revocation reasons. There can't be any debate on the substantive motion that was passed at council on the 1st of August, and the motion requires an absolute majority of council for the motion to revoke the decision to be carried. In relation to the procedural motion, to defer the revocation motion, this requires an absolute majority under the city's standing orders, and that's clause 6.110.
Can I just ask you
can you clarify what an absolute majority is? The numbers required for an absolute majority. Thank you, Ms Coles.
So an absolute majority would require a vote of 8, because the absolute majority is based on all council members, including those seats that are vacant.
Thank you. Did you want to add any more to that, Councillor Berry?
No, I think that sums it up very well, thank you. It's pretty much in line with what I was going to say, so thank you for that. I just think it's important that the community understand it, because there's been a lot of questions about it, and they need to appreciate the process we need to go through and follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Do I have any speakers against the item? Yeah, Councillor Parker?
With a revocation motion, is it the right thing to do to have that signed before the meeting and before a decision? Or is a revocation motion really put in place that, because you have 7 days obviously afterwards to get it to the CEO. So is it the right way to do it, to have that motion signed before the decision made, or is it the right thing to do to have that revocation motion signed after the decision has gone through and under consideration by those councillors that do not agree with it, who have that absolute right, to then sign the revocation motion? I do know that the revocation motion that was presented was signed before the meeting. How does that go down? Because I know I saw the revocation motion going across the floor probably a minute after we had made the decision. How does that fit into, maybe somebody can explain how that fits into the whole thing?
Councillor Nguyen, I'll allow Ms Coles or Mr CEO to respond to that. Thank you.
Mayor, that is really a question that I think goes to the core of governance. Certainly, the presentation of the revocation motion met the requirements of the standing orders.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
At the point of order is, what's the relevance of raising the point when this motion has already been accepted and been moved and seconded? What is the relevance of that? 4.11.
It was, can I answer that?
Yes, you can respond to that,
I had a
Councillor.
legitimate question which I asked.
It may be legitimate, but what's the relevance?
Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Parker had a relevant question to ask, and the relevant question was responded to and said that the revocation motion was accepted and was in order, even despite her question. Okay? So she was clarifying whether that was correct process or not, and that process has been clarified. Do I have any speakers? I think I'm up to against the revocation motion. If I have no speakers against the revocation motion, do I have any more speakers for the revocation motion? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, after listening to the debate as such, I sit before you with a heavy heart. We're burdened by this weight of last week's decision, and it is poised to shape our community's future. We all knew Chris, his dedication to the city, his tireless commitment to his residents, and his belief in the power of this community park. Something that will be rare in the future as coastal erosion becomes reality. And this would be an asset for us as a council, to have a coastal park that actually has height in it that will allow the water levels to rise and for the park to remain a part of Wanneroo for at least 100 years. Chris's passing is not just a loss to us as individuals, but a loss to the vision he held for the city's betterment. In his final act, he did present this revocation motion to reclaim the dreams of a community park, a sanctuary that will foster unity, solace, and a connection for generations to come. And Chris is no longer with us. His wishes still echo in the chambers tonight. We stand at a crossroads of opportunity, an opportunity to pay homage to a colleague's unfulfilled aspirations, an opportunity to uplift our community spirits, an opportunity to be the architects of a legacy that far surpasses our time in these seats. As councillors, we are entrusted with the privilege of serving our communities. With the privilege comes a profound responsibility to listen, to heed the voices that have chosen us to be their advocates. We've heard the desires for a community park, for a haven that counters the frantic pace of modern life. And we've seen the impacts that decision holds for the city's future. I've never seen such numbers, such passion, such commitment and heartache from any other community during my time on council. Let us not be bound by the technicalities, but let our hearts guide us. Let us remember the profound impact we've had on the lives of these people we serve. We may have had a vote in the last meeting, and now we can no longer probably carry any form of that vote in this revocation order or motion due to the fact we don't have Chris sitting in that seat anymore. But the powers of community lies in each individual conviction of you, my fellow members, to ensure the glamping represents what we set out to assist the community and promises that we're going to make with this glamping. We understand tonight we cannot carry a majority vote because we don't have enough councillors. So I urge you as councillors to stand beside Chris's vision and to honour his memory by forging a path that he so passionately believed in. Let's make sure that in the eyes of this revocation not going to fruition, that we do ensure that the glamping promises what it has promised to the community. And please let us also be mindful of the fact that this is a legitimate business. I don't think it's a business that should ever be put on Queen's Beach. It is too small. It doesn't allow for any expansion. It's going to be a very, very small, tight tourist attraction. It's going to have parking issues. It's going to have a community against it to start off with. This isn't good. We have 32 kilometres of beach. There is room elsewhere. We didn't get a chance to discuss anything else. We were given an option and told that was the only option we had due to financial constraints. Tonight, let us find it in our hearts to be the voices that resonate in these chambers of decision. And let's just unite in our endeavour to give this community a chance to at least have some form of community engagement in this park, in this glamping park that will be leased out in the future.
Councillor, 5 minutes to speak to this item. Do I have any speakers against? Do I have any speakers for? If I have no more speakers to the item, please, councillors, cast your vote. Oh, I apologise. Closed debate. Councillor Nguyen.
We've heard tonight there's been suggestion that there's been delay and it's been 10 years, so let's not wait. And there's been directions given to council that this is going to be developed into a glamping, or that's the direction. Now, we can't be stuck in the past. Some of us might be longer here than others. Does not mean you've got more rights than others. We all have the same one vote. We have received new information. Thank you. We have received new information, up-to-date information. The community has changed. Their expectation has changed, and that needs to be reflected in our decision. Again, we can't be stuck in the past. We can't dwell on what was the community 10 years ago. We need to base our decision based on what the community needs, wants today. And we need to move on from that past. Now, there has been suggestions that it's been divisive. Well, I don't take it as divisive. I think we all respect each other's vote. Yes, it was a split. It was a split in terms of decision, and that is why I move this motion to allow our councillors to reconsider, because it's simply a split. We can have robust discussion without this being divisive, and even if some of us are unhappy, we should not be voting based on friendship, based on relationship. It's not something to trade. It's not a transaction. This is something that we need to act in the community's best interest. So if you truly believe you're acting in the community's best interest for either way, that is fine. It's not divisive. So I ask you to consider, reconsider, reflect, because we have an even split. It indicates there's been a change in community needs, and we now have this opportunity to be a strong voice for our community, to represent their interests, and make decisions not based on the past, but for the future of our community. There's been suggestion also that somehow we might be liable. Well, the answer is that there's no agreement in place. We've got no duty at all to the applicant until we have an agreement in place. In terms of admin law, well, I understand that our legal officer also struggled to explain if there was any admin law implication. So I don't think it's any apparent any risk from that admin law perspective. We can't ignore our community in this decision. And this revocation is to change that decision. It was a mistake that was made, and now we have this opportunity to rectify that. There was suggestion that Councillor Smith was somehow least experienced. With respect, and now
I
it's
don't know that that was exactly what Councillor Rowe said. I think that was... Councillor Rowe, what did you actually say?
Not that Councillor Smith was elected last among us. Therefore, in terms of her time of office, she has the least amount of experience. That is a fact, and I would like you to retract that as a personal aspersion on me.
No, you did say least experience. I wrote it down. And so I'm not going to retract that. You suggested that, and so I'm quoting what you said, and you repeated in your response. Now,
Councillor Nguyen, you've had 5 minutes in your response. Unless we give you the vote to extend it, you cannot go any longer because you're only allowed 5 minutes for your return. So I have a mover from Councillor Wright, a seconder from Councillor Huntley. Could we please go to the vote for the procedural motion to... So that is 6-6, and I think we've discussed this a very, very long time this evening. We have done 8 hours of public question time. We have done hours and hours of discussion. We've done over 10 years of discussion on this, and I think it's time we put the motion, the rescindment motion, to the vote. I'm voting against the procedural motion. That is my casting vote. So now we will go to the substantive revocation motion, and we will vote on that. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Smith, you have a question?
Yes, sorry, I'm really confused. You just said procedural motion. So are we voting on the revocation or you said
We were
something
voting on the procedural motion to give Councillor Nguyen
yep.
an extra 5 minutes so that he would have 10 minutes to speak to close debate, but he's already had 5 minutes. He lost that procedural motion. We're voting on the substantive now. So we need an absolute majority for the revocation motion to be successful, which is 8 votes, so the revocation motion is lost. I now move to item 10, urgent business, which we have none. Item 11, confidential, which is CR 0108. 23, and it's a confidential report of the internal audit of Regulation 17. So I need a mover and seconder to go Deputy Mayor Treby and Helen Berry second to go behind closed doors. Can I have a vote? Thank you, to go behind closed doors. So we need, so Councillor Parker, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Berry, you haven't voted yet to go behind closed doors? Okay, so going behind closed doors is carried 11-1 and with Councillor Nguyen against. We haven't finished the meeting yet, councillors. As to item CRO 10823, Council accepts the recommendation of the Audit and Risk Committee and endorses the CEO's review of the systems and processes as contained in the William Buck Internal Audit Report entitled Internal Audit of Regulation 17 Review in respect of Regulation 17 of the Local Government in brackets Audit Regulations 1996 as set out in Attachment 1. Item 12, the date of the next meeting. The next council members briefing session has been scheduled for 6 p.m. on Tuesday the 5th of November 2023 to be held at Council Chambers, first floor, Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road, Wanneroo. Item 3, closure of the meeting. I now declare this meeting closed at 10:36. Thank you, councillors.